Good evening. Welcome to this evening's Yukon City Council and Yukon Municipal Authority meeting. It is June the 30th, 2026, approximately 7 p.m. We're gathered here in City Council chambers in the Centennial Building at 12 South 5th Street, in the great city of Yukon, Oklahoma. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Brian Pillmore.
Here.
Rick Caccini.
Here.
Jordan Westfall.
Here.
Adam Shriver.
Here.
Zach Castle.
Here.
At this time, we'll have our invocation delivered by Pastor Tom Arnold of Good News Church, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand as you are able?
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today in the name of Jesus. And Lord, we thank you that you are the source of all wisdom. We ask you, Father, to guide and direct our city. We ask, Father, that your kingdom come, your will be done in this community. Father, we thank you for the people, the citizens, all the people that make this community a growing, desirable, safe community for people to live in. Father, we just pray for every councilman, everyone that's has a part in tonight's service or this meeting. We ask, Father, that you would guide and direct and have your way. And Lord, we thank you for doing this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for joining us this evening. As a reminder, regarding procedure and decorum of this city council meeting, we follow Robert's Rules of Order to ensure our discussion is orderly, respectful, and efficient. And the city clerk passed along Councilman Shriver's opening statement from last week, and I requested that I borrow it for our meetings going forward. I thought it was very thoughtful. Councilman Shriver stated last week, and I'll reiterate it this week, city council meetings are held to conduct the public's business in an open and transparent manner, as required by the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act. The primary purpose of these meetings is for the council to discuss, consider, and take action on matters that have been placed on the agenda so that the citizens can observe and better understand how decisions are made. Public attendance is encouraged and public comment may be allowed. The meeting itself is intended to facilitate the orderly conduct of city business rather than serve as a public forum. To promote transparency and compliance with state law, the council may only discuss and take action on items listed on the agenda. The city council may only speak to items as they appear on the agenda at the time each item is formally considered. The visitor section provides an opportunity for any attendee to address the council on any matter related to the city of Yukon or the Yukon Municipal Authority for up to 3 minutes. I am going to make the special events announcements just so that they don't get stuck at the end. We have some very exciting events going on this week at Freedom Fest on July 3rd and July 4th. That's held at Chisholm Trail Park. It's America's 250th birthday, and we're going to have a larger fireworks show than we typically have, along with drone shows on both nights. There may happen to be some aircraft flying over. I encourage you to check that out on the 4th, and a mobile Veterans Museum on both nights. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for your service there in bringing attention to the veterans and that mobile museum. The live music is going to feature the Hi-Fi Hillbillies and Winds of the Prairie on July the 3rd, and Super Freak and Jukebox Heroes on July the 4th. There will be a hot dog eating contest, cornhole tournament, car show, free ice cream and watermelon, food trucks, kids and family activities, and all the events are on the city's website, along with the event schedule, the interactive map, parking, and shuttle options. I encourage you all to come out, and I look forward to seeing you. At this time, we'll have our time of presentations and proclamations, beginning with Raylan Williams. I'll ask them to join me down at the front here in the, I don't know what we call this area. Proclamation is for Raylan. She's a sophomore, was a sophomore, I assume a junior this year, at Yukon High School. She captured the 2026 OSSAA Class 6A State Championship in the girls' shot put, earning a gold medal and a state title for the Yukon Millers as only a sophomore. Can't imagine what you're going to do this next year. I think what's most impressive are some of the other things that she's accomplished, so I'll walk through those. Raylan Williams reigned as the regional champion with the season's best throw, 43 feet 4 3/4 inches, eclipsing a Yukon high school record that had stood since 1988 and breaking that mark 3 times in a single meet, throwing progressively further with each attempt. Raylan laid the foundation for this championship season as a freshman, placing 3rd at the regional meet, qualifying for the state championship, and finishing 8th with a season best throw of 37 feet 9.5 inches to score points for Yukon on the state's biggest stage. Raylan exemplifies the ideal of a student athlete, maintaining a perfect 4.0 grade point average as a straight A student at Yukon High School while competing at the championship level. The Yukon High School girls track and field program, under the leadership of head coach Rodney Zimmerman, great to see you, and has cultivated dedication, discipline, and championship caliber competition that empower Yukon Miller student athletes like Raylan to reach their full potential. Therefore, I, Mayor Brian Pillmore of the City of Yukon, on behalf of the City Council and the entire community, proclaim Wednesday, July 1st, tomorrow, as Raylan Williams Day in the City of Yukon. Now I'll ask the Lawson family to join me here if they're in attendance.
Zimmerman, you do good. A lot of your athletes are not in front of us.
Congratulations, young lady. You keep it up.
Just give a few minutes for the Lawson family to join us.
Town is full of some athletes. We've had an Olympic,
Yeah,
high jumper,
impressive.
state wrestler.
Great to see you all. We also want to bring some awareness to Angelman syndrome. Angelman syndrome is a rare neurogenetic disorder that affects individuals and families through developmental and physical challenges, requiring lifelong care and support. The Lawson family has joined us here. It's a family that is very acquainted with that and has advocated at the local and state level regarding this. Families and caregivers of individuals with Angelman syndrome demonstrate extraordinary strength, compassion, and dedication in advocating for awareness, inclusion, and support for their loved ones. Doug and Chelsea and their family, residents here of Yukon, have shown remarkable leadership and commitment through their advocacy efforts on behalf of their daughter, Kenna, and the Angelman syndrome community. The Lawson families worked diligently with the Oklahoma Angelman Syndrome Walk Committee and the Angelman Syndrome Foundation to raise awareness and support for individuals and families impacted by Angelman syndrome. The annual Oklahoma Angelman Syndrome Walk, hosted here in Yukon, has brought together community members in support of this important cause and raised significant funds to assist families with therapy, medical care, adaptive equipment, and other essential resources. Funds raised through the Angelman Syndrome Foundation provide critical assistance in travel to specialized clinics, financial support for families caring for their loved ones. The City of Yukon is proud to support and recognize residents who work to make our communities more inclusive, compassionate, and aware of the needs of individuals with disabilities and their families. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Mayor and City Council of the City of Yukon do hereby recognize Doug and Chelsea Lawson, along with their daughter Kenna and their entire family, for their outstanding advocacy, community leadership, and dedication to raising awareness for Angelman syndrome. Join me in thanking them. Thank you all. Great to see you guys. At this time, we'll begin our regular business. I am going to take up item number 11 first on this agenda. At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action regarding a city attorney services agreement between the City of Yukon and the Yukon Municipal Authority, the City of Yukon Economic Development Authority, and Michael Oglesby, attorney at law, to provide legal services effective July 1st, 2026. That's tomorrow. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? I appreciate the council members in my absence taking action on this and working on the contract over the last week.
Is this the new attorney or the
This is.
existing one?
This is the new attorney.
The new attorney that's going to be starting soon? I did have some questions on, is it the same contract that mentions in 12A, potential conflict with city attorney contract? Does this contract have that, did the previous contract have this in there?
Yes, it's the identical contract that Attorney Reinhardt had previously.
Okay, I was just curious because it seemed like in the current agreement with some of the things that did happen, there seemed to be a lot of conflict of interest with what I'm a little bit aware of, and I'd just like to act that this one be carried out a little more in detail.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Ashley, you know who it is. I just want to thank you all for such quick action on getting us a city attorney that we can only hope and pray will actually work for the city of Yukon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Burrow. Any other comments on this item? Seeing no additional discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Caccini,
This time, we will recess as Yukon City Council and reconvene as Yukon Municipal Authority. We'll take up item 1A on the YMA consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so the Yukon Municipal Authority, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine items they wish to be approved by one motion. Should the authority determine that any item cannot be approved by unanimous vote, that item will be removed from the consent docket and considered separately. The city manager recommends a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 2nd, 2026. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Caccini,
Yes.
This time we'll recess as Yukon Municipal Authority, reconvene as Yukon City Council. In a similar way, we'll take up the Yukon City Council consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so the Yukon City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine items they wish to be approved by one motion. Should the council determine that any item cannot be approved by unanimous vote, that item will be removed from the consent docket and considered separately.
I have Bravo, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf. That's B, Delta, Echo, E, F as in Foxtrot, G as in Golf to be pulled.
Okay, so I appreciate that, Vice Mayor Caccini. At this time, the city manager recommends a motion that will approve item A, the minutes of the special meeting of June 24th, 2026, and item C, approve budget amendments for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on those two items? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote? This is on items A and C from item number 6, consent docket.
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Caccini,
Yes.
At this time, we'll take up item 6B for approval of payment of material claims in the amount of $2,447,557.10. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
I have a lot of discussion here because I want to make sure, we're going to pay these bills, folks. We're not going to go to jail. But I want to make sure we understand what we're paying for. I started going through this and I just couldn't believe that economic development. We have 4 various states, Minnesota, Iowa, Alabama, all out of Oklahoma. They're not in Oklahoma, but they're outside Oklahoma. So we're paying these people to tell us how to run our economic development. And my problem is we have an organization we pay, OML, and they're able to do the same piece of work. So I like to make sure that everyone knows I don't agree with this, but we have to pay what we already, assume that these people did whatever they were supposed to do for us. The economic development, I understand we hired somebody to do that, but we've got a new economic development officer that's supposed to, I think, watch over all this, but yet we spent almost a few $100,000 here, and I'm in shock to know that we're still hurting tax-wise. We don't have the tax income. So economic development is a big word that encompasses many things, and I want to make sure everyone knows I'll be watching this as the next year comes. I won't let this happen again. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item?
I think it's important to note that this is such a big number and it comes on this date because this is the last day of the fiscal year. If these vendors aren't paid today, they don't get their money. So that's why it's important to have these discussions. And
Sir, if you'd like to address the council, please step to the microphone, state your name and.
Jeff Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. Mr. Pillmore, city manager. I mean, we don't need a city manager if we're paying all this money out. I'm taking that from Rick, I guess. But can you give me a breakdown of the 2.4 million?
We're paying Golden Shovel Agency. We're paying RDG Planning Design. We're paying TLS Group, and I got a pay number 6 next to that. I didn't understand what that meant, Chris. And then we're also paying Retail Strategies from Alabama. So we're paying Alabama, Iowa, Minnesota folks. And I think it's wonderful that they can use our money, but I think we can use our money better here. You know?
Yeah. I mean,
Any other discussion on this item? Seeing no additional discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
yes,
Caccini.
Yes.
This time we'll take up item D and E, approve the reappointment of Councilmember Adam Shriver as trustee number 2 to the Yukon Economic Development Authority Board for a 6-year term expiring June 30th, 2032, in accordance with the YEDA trust indenture, and approve appointment of Councilmember Zach Castle as trustee number 1 to the Yukon Economic Development Authority Board to fill the vacant position for a 6-year term expiring June 30th, 2032, in accordance with the YEDA trust indenture. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I'll second this item.
I'd like to make a motion on this item. I'd like to make a motion that we, on D, make my term to serve adjacent with my service term, 2 years left.
It'll happen automatically, Councilman Shriver. So these 2 seats, according to the trust indenture, are seats that have to be filled by a council member. And if you're no longer a council member, then you vacate that seat, according to the trust indenture.
Perfect.
So that's inherent in this approval, is that if you're no longer a council member, you'll be removed from that seat.
Is that in the trust? You said that was
It's
in the trust indenture?
Yes.
Okay.
And then on item E, I'd like to make the motion. Are we there? Are we on E or D?
Yeah, we're on D and E.
I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
to motion to remove Zach Castle and add Jordan also to serve with his term.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that item?
Just as a point of clarification, are we considering items D and E together in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
so potentially I could spend my entire term on this board.
Yes.
There's no like checks to that or anything else. It's
So you're on it.
on it. Okay.
Is it okay, Mr. Wistful?
I'm excited. I'm excited about YEDA.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things going on the Yukon Economic Development Authority Board at the moment. Any other discussion?
Is there any particular reason why it's tied to the term of the council member in particular?
Yeah.
When it could be,
There's seven seats. Sorry for interrupting there.
well, the
Councilman.
question I have is, if Mr. Westfall decided, say, halfway through his term that he wished to vacate.
He could resign. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can always you serve voluntarily, so you can always resign.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote? This is for items D and E.
Yes.
Castle. Sorry. Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
This time we'll take up item 6F, motion to approve a 6-month renewal agreement with Merchant McIntyre and Associates LLC for government relations services commencing July 1st, 2026 and terminating December 31st, 2026 in the amount of $8,000 per month. I make a motion to amend this item to extend the termination date to coincide with our budget. We've already budgeted the amount for Merchant McIntyre, And the motion I make is to have the termination of this contract expire on June the 30th, 2027. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
Yes, I find it very disturbing that we're doing relation services that OML, and I believe we've signed a contract with Colby Schwartz. So how many times do we have to have coverage on relations, governmental relations services, when we're already paying two different organizations? If you want to call Colby an organization, I think he does. We want to pay now $8,000 a month. That's another $80,000 a year. We're paying $40,000 OML, and I don't know how much are we paying Colby. $4,000 a month. That's another $40,000. I find it very disturbing that with the way money is coming in and the way it's flying out, I think we need to look at that. I'm going to have to say no to this thing.
We talked about it last week, and I think the number was something in the ballpark of 12 million applied for in grants, and we've gotten no return on that.
That's not true. But
I
Did
thought
you
that's
read-
what he said.
You read the memo from city staff?
I asked a question and got an answer.
Well, the city staff sent a memo to all council members, and that memo differs with that view.
Well, going by the information in the agenda packet, looks like we have 3 grants out for review in the process and the works right now. And I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's in the millions. It's in the order of magnitude of millions. But we won't know the precise output of those until this fall at the earliest, it looks like.
Yeah.
The question I think I want to follow up with is, how much has, to this date, this particular merchant McIntyre brought for the city? Have they secured, locked in, and not appropriations that come from different sources?
Yep. And you got in touch with Brent this week, correct?
I kind of got started, but I haven't heard from him today. So that's why I'm asking it out loud is, how much have we actually secured in funding since the last 6-month period began?
We got another comment.
Y'all are missing something real important here. Kobe and the other one are state, and this is federal.
That's right.
And so that needs to be, we got to deal with that. Maybe we don't need 2 people at the state level, but we probably need someone at the federal level.
I think additionally at the state level, Ms. Burdine, is the other critical element there is Colby doesn't have any conflict of interest. He advocates for the city of Yukon. He doesn't have any other municipal clients. When OML, and I talked to Mike Fina today, in fact, when they advocate at the state level, they're advocating for a group of municipalities. And that can be fine if you're all aligned. Sometimes there's something that the city of Yukon needs to advocate for that's not part of the peanut butter spread of all municipalities' interests.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I think it needed to be clarified what each organization was doing.
Yeah.
Because y'all need justification on why our tax dollars are being spent on that.
Yes.
And if the return, I don't know if you need to give them it was a 6-month contract. Do you really need to give them a year one? Do you need to just reevaluate it every 6 months? Because if we're not getting a return, if we're not getting $1 million plus grant a year, what are we doing?
That's right.
I'm all for us going all grant crazy and going for everything, but they got to earn their money. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying maybe every 6 months we have a better thing to go by.
And I think that's my primary point is in the 6-month range that was originally on the agenda, the 6-month range lets us evaluate the 3 grants that are out and about. And since I still have not heard a number yet on how much we've actually secured, and this is the second meeting I have asked this question, I only see 3 grants out that, if they all came through, would pay for the services rendered. And I'd be happy with that. But shifting it to a year, Mayor Pillmore, I do appreciate that it does align with the budget a lot more cleanly. That's why I was more excited about the 6-month renewal, and then we could, see if we need to change hands after that.
I'm a big proponent of the return on investment here. I think the other way.
What is the return?
Yeah, but that's
That's the
return?
question that's being asked. What is the return? Why are we budgeting a year out for a company with a 6-month contract, but I'm having to advocate to get OML?
Council Member Westfall, I'll recognize you when I complete my statement, and member. Okay. At this time, we'll take a recess.
Do we get to continue asking questions when you return on this subject? Because I have more questions.
Be restored in the council chambers. We're going to take a recess for 5 minutes.
I think. I'm sure he's getting it taken care of.
Is this one on? Okay, thank you. Is this still for F?
This is for item F.
Okay, I do have some questions, actually. You were talking about return on investment. How many months or how many different contracts have we had with this company that we're talking about?
It began under the prior, actually 2 council seatings ago. So it began under Mayor Selby's tenure, and we've done, I believe, either somewhere between 5 and 7 6-month contracts. I'd have to go back and double check when we began.
Okay, that is not a very good return on investment in my opinion, because from what I heard last week, please don't interrupt me. What I heard last week was that we've only been paid 1 grant in that entire time. I just don't think it's a good investment. And what is the average time frame from the grant idea or proposal to realization when we actually see it come through?
Yeah. I had my doubts about the return on investment of this service, and I approved the 6-month renewals in the first year, and I went and visited with Merchant McIntyre in April of 2005. And it was either late March or early April of 2005, and they set up a day and a half of advocacy meetings at the federal level. And what I'll add, and one of the challenges of these kind of multi-year efforts is during this same window of time from when we engaged them to today, we've had a change from the Biden administration, the Trump administration. We've had some shifts congressionally as well. And it really does require a sustained effort to continually tell the great story about the good things going on in Yukon to our federal delegation and to the federal agencies like the U.S. Department of Transportation and others. And that message has to be sustained over many months and many years. And council members and citizens and chamber leaders, business leaders need to go and advocate. They can advocate in a big group like the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments, ACOG, which we're a member of. They can go with OML. OML also goes. We're also a member of NLC, National League of Cities. All those things are great. And having those sustained efforts is really critical. Right now, the reason that there's first of all, we've received one grant, and that was a $1.6 million grant.
Yes.
That was in a memo that was provided to council members ahead of this meeting.
Yes, and that was mentioned last week. And so far, what we know, that is the only one that has been secured and paid in all of this time frame you're talking about.
What I'll add is that Congresswoman Bice's staff came to visit Yukon 2.5 months ago, if my memory serves me right. And they received a one-day tour of where some of those dollars had been placed. And also they received the 3 grants that Councilmember Castle talked about. They received an overview of exactly where would that money be spent. And it was a very positive visit. So what I would just say is that there's a lot of traction at the moment. That traction isn't because we had one meeting. The traction is because it's a sustained effort that also spans councils. Mayor Selby began this effort. Our council has sustained it and will carry it on. It's really critical that those members of Congress continue to hear a consistent story and that they're able to communicate that and, like in the case of the most recent grant, communicate that and get it into the congressionally directed spending in the budget bill. And that's what Congresswoman Bice accomplished for us, along with Senator Langford and now Senator Armstrong.
What about McIntyre? The topic.
Merchant McIntyre is our representative day in and day out in Washington, D.C. Does that make sense?
Yes. So why are we talking about Bice's
they're working on
grants?
it.
Because I was under the impression Mrs. Bice secured those grants for us.
So, yes, the question is who told the story of Yukon to Congresswoman Bice's office and who prepared the tens of pages of grant applications? Who did that work? Merchant McIntyre.
For this much money, I can tell a great story.
Yes, I can
But-
too.
And
Merchant McIntyre does this on behalf of.
I know many schools that have to make their own grants and send their own grant requests off, and they do very well at getting money back on that. I don't think it requires this much money to secure a grant. I think it should be done at least reviewed on the 6-month basis, definitely not renewed at a year.
Okay.
I don't see a return on investment
Okay.
from
thank
what
you.
I can see.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would you make a motion to your, amend to your motion to the 6 months, go back to what the agenda says? Would you be willing to do that?
Possibly. I think Ms. Burdine had a comment here.
My only comment is what I wanted to add a while ago is 2 meetings ago, maybe 3, you mentioned how good the grant writer was for the fire department. And My only thing is, I understand government and needing advocacy. I'm not against hiring people. I just want them to be vetted properly. But if we've got somebody that's a good grant writer, I just want you all to realize if she's that good, we probably need to consult with her and take her advice on some of this stuff, because if she's batting 1,000 for the fire department, maybe she can, if she bets 500 on anything else, we're ahead of the game.
Yeah,
And
I
her
think-
services might suit us better.
It's a great point, Ms. Burdine. I think that the scope of services here is not just grant writing. I think that's really critical. So it's a further scope of services that involves establishing meetings, having follow-ups, helping the city manager, the city staff each week to identify what we would.
I said I agreed with all that.
Yeah,
I have some questions. In regards
ma'am,
to
can you please state your
Yes,
name and your street address?
Angela Babin, 4050 Owen Avenue. In regards to this Merchant McIntyre, I just kind of want to echo what you were talking about earlier. We're, investing into some things, some pretty large things that we have not yet to see a return on. Can you verify just verbally the amount of money that we have indeed seen as a refund or return from this company?
Said it a moment ago, 1.6 million.
I was verifying from you specifically. That did come from her. And so with that being said, with that return being, how many years, months did that specifically take? Not sessions, but time frame.
I don't know the answer to that.
That seems like
It
a
would
very
be-
important answer to know. With that
Well, I
being
mean, I
said,
could- I can give
I'll
you
take
an
my time.
est- I can-
I'll take my time. Thank you. With that being said, you guys are spending this money as if it's coming out of, yes, a portion of it, but this is a lot of it's coming from us. And it's a big deal that you're talking about, a great deal, but where is the public information as to what that deal is actually going to provide us? Like, what is it going to entice us? I feel like if you really want the city and the people that run and pay for this city to be involved and appreciative of this deal, working with this McIntyre in order to get these grants, we would probably want to see some sort of tangible evidence as to what's going to be returned to us, or something to look forward to rather than just your word as to what that is, because that's not something we can rely on lately.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, ma'am, just in response, this is, very new
Please,
for
no,
me.
I welcome it.
So there's actually the packet, this is where it's on my iPad. Just looking at the memorandum from Mr. Rice over in the city, it does say on here that since late 2025, staff has increased coordination with Merchant McIntyre through regularly scheduled biweekly meetings. So while the agreement has been placed since January of 24, they admit in the memorandum that it may not have been fully utilized in 24 and 25. So without having personal knowledge on the matter, my guess as my best answer to your question is late 25, so about the last 6 months.
Last 6 months, and with an investment, was that at the current rate or the rate that we're about to pay them at $8,000 a month as well?
I would
Do you know?
I would assume so, but I cannot say for certain.
It was the same rate.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next.
So these 6-month contracts, real quick, they equal $48,000.
Yes,
Okay, so we have budgeted for $96,000 for a year.
that's correct.
I heard you say we were a member of OML. Is that in the budget?
Yes,
Where can I find that?
you can find it in the legislative budget.
I only bring that up because I'm told that 3 of us have to agree to join OML, and money will be taken out of individual council persons to pay for that. I would like to see this $96,000 cut in half, pay for the 6 months for McIntyre, and then use the remainder to get us into OML.
Okay.
Good point.
Lake & Castle, 728 Villa. In regards to the 3 grants that we're talking about that are up for debate that Merchant McIntyre might be working on, are those in the memorandum that was attached to this? So we're looking at the Community Park Safety Build Grant and the Implementation Grant, correct?
I believe so.
And then I see over there at the current status that one of them almost looks like it should be announced soon, who's going to be getting that one. The other one would be anticipated in 2026, and the third one is typically announced in the fall. So would we need to wait a full year, or would we have an answer as to what kind of return we're getting on these 3 grants within 6 months? I'm just looking at the current status of the 3 projects and the amounts that were announced.
Mrs. Castle, just to try to answer your question, because I'm looking at the same memorandum you are. Looks like the CPF passed House Thud Committee at the full requested amount. So there's no date, as far as I can tell. If in particular, I think the legislature's out of session at the moment, but don't quote me on that. I'm sorry. On the second page it says awaiting final congressional action. So that I would hope would be in the next session. And then the build grant anticipated in 26 says that on there, and announced in the fall. I would hope that that's the fall of 26.
Hopefully.
So that, I mean, at least from my reading of it, ma'am, it would be that my anticipation would be that in the fall is what I would expect from reading the memorandum.
Okay. I just wanted to add that and see if I was reading that correctly, and add that to the idea that maybe we don't need to wait a full year to take this up again. Maybe we'll have a better answer in 6 months.
Okay.
I'd like to add one more thing here. I don't know how to say this, but I believe you made a mistake when you said something about Mr. Colby Schwartz. I serve on a board for 8 years now, OMA. There's 7 cities. Mr. Colby made a presentation to the 7 cities and was awarded a contract that I voted no on. I was 1 no against 6 yeses. So apparently he does represent other cities, not just Yukon. I'm sorry. to say
Which
that.
city does he represent, Vice Mayor?
All the 6 cities that are in the
No,
foundation.
He may represent OEMA, which is an association. That's different than representing another municipality. What I said specifically,
Yeah.
okay, and I'd ask that you not misquote what I said. I said specifically that he does not represent another municipality.
By itself.
He doesn't represent another municipality, period. He may have a client like OEMA.
Yeah.
That's a public trust for the benefit of Canadian, like OEMA is a public trust for the benefit of Canadian County, I believe. You sit on the board. so you can-
That's right. There's 7 cities. So when he's at the
that sit
capital,
on the board of OEMA. But
Yeah.
OEMA is a public trust for the benefit of Canadian County, is it not?
yes, when he's serving at the capital, I don't believe he's just serving OMA. He's serving the entire 7 cities. Now, you may disagree with that. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with the point about it, but I see it differently because I was the only no vote again, and he got another contract. And that's his business. Nice guy, but we've already got somebody in the capital representing the 7 cities. So now we've got 2 organizations supporting OMA. That's
Mr. Vice Mayor, just as a question for you, is Mr. and this I guess is for the whole council as well, just for my information, is Mr. Schwartz is he advocating at the state capitol or at the United States Capitol?
State capital.
Is it the state capitol?
Yeah, and it's.
Is it
the
just the state capitol, not the federal level?
Yeah, just the state capital.
Okay, so-
And the Schwartz Strategies contract is outside the scope of our discussion here.
And that wasn't really my question. Mostly was trying to decide where the dividing line is. Because if Merchant McIntyre is the only one advocating at the federal level and no one else is, then in general I can see the allocation
I
of
think
funds.
the point.
But, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm just trying to make sure that Mr. Caccini's point I think is valid, and that we don't want to double dip if we don't need to. And so if this is the only organization that is advocating for us at the federal level, then once again, going back to the 6 months, I'm still willing to wait, the 6 months for the grants that are out today, if they're the only ones that are advocating for us. And so that's where I wanted to see where the line was, because if Mr. Schwartz is only doing the state level, then we're dealing with apples and oranges.
Yeah, I think what you'll find and what Councilmember Westfall brought up earlier is that there are other groups that are advocating on behalf of the city of Yukon and other municipalities, such as OML, such as NLC, such as ACOG. And those organizations Some focus more at the state level, some focus more at the federal level. Like National League of Cities, very much focused federal. ACOG, both federal and at the state level. OML focuses mostly at the state level, but then they have a DC, they take a trip to DC with city representatives. What I would differentiate there between a Merchant McIntyre and a Schwartz Strategies and those organizations is they're advocating on behalf of multiple municipalities for generally the good things that municipalities want to achieve. But sometimes there's something very specific that Yukon wants to achieve at the federal or the state level, or needs to communicate to the congressional delegation or to our representatives at the state level. And that's where Merchant McIntyre at the federal level, at least, I was doubtful. I said, what are we spending this money on? And then I went and saw it for myself, and they really are an extension of our own team. They're an extension of our own team, and they work day in and day out, and they have a weekly meeting that the city staff has with them on Fridays to make sure that they're making progress on these grant projects, which take a lot of planning from the city and some good grant writing from Merchant McIntyre, and then some good communication with the congressional delegation staff and the senators.
Do we give the same attention to other organizations?
Attention?
Meeting once a week, checking progress. Do we give that same consideration to other organizations?
What, when you say other organizations, what kind of
The other
organizations?
ones that are out there advocating for us on the state level.
I think so.
Grant writing, you think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'll just say from my personal experience, I had a conversation with OML today. OML communicated that other council members have had good discussions with them. So I do think, with other organizations that are like that, ACOG, we have representatives that sit on those boards. We're going to take up one here in a couple agenda items. So I do think that we pay attention to those things.
So that means we are paying our dues in a timely fashion. Is that right or wrong? Are we paying our dues to OML and ACOG? I believe we were supposed to pay some bills, and they even hit me up when I went to one of the meetings. Have you mentioned it to your finance officer that we're still looking for a check? So I'm wondering, have we paid them?
That I don't know. I would assume so, but I don't know.
Okay, well,
We can
then
find
ask.
we can find out for that for you, Vice Mayor. Okay. Any other discussion on this item?
Will you amend your motion to a 6-month contract?
Yes, I'll amend my motion.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Any other discussion on this item?
Yeah, are we still going to budget for a full year while voting on a 6-month contract?
That we could take that up in another session.
I'd like to take that up now. That doesn't make sense.
We're not able to under the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act to
Gotcha.
amend the
Okay,
budget.
go ahead.
Has to be a budgeted. It has to be an agendaed item. But happy to add that to next council meeting's agenda. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
No.
Caccini.
No.
This time we'll take up item 6, letter G. Approve the reappointment of Jared Wright as Ward 2 representative to the Planning Commission to serve a term of 3 years, July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2029. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, what is it? What am I supposed to say?
So moved.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
Yes.
Can I go first? My name is Amy Walters. 2 of you are very familiar with me. Well, maybe all of you, but 2 of you are very familiar with me because I served on a board here for the city of Yukon, and 2 of you decided that I needed to be removed from a board. So board appointments, I feel like I took mine very seriously, and I'm glad item G has been taken out for discussion. The discussion is Jared Wright serving on the Planning Commission. Could someone answer to me where he's employed? Where his employment is?
I think he's Metro Signs.
Okay, he's employed with Metro Signs. On January 31st at 9:57 a.m., I received a message from a council member that asked me, "Did you quit the library board or were you removed?" That was a surprise to me. I didn't quit the library board. I feel like I faithfully served the library board as secretary, attended all my meetings, fulfilled duties as secretary with very detailed minutes, and felt like I was appreciated on that board. But I was removed. I have an idea why I was removed, because I'm standing up here today. I'm vocal as a citizen. I'll stand up for what I feel like is right in this community. So 2 of you did vote to remove me. Jared Wright is employed with Metro Signs. He serves on the Planning Commission. He's been asked, there's a potential reappointment. The city has done business with Metro Signs. I feel like that's a conflict of interest. There's something else on item 14 that Metro Signs is going to be discussed, but I'm going to ask the council upon recommendation and my track record, I'm going to ask that you not appoint him to Planning Commission because there is a definite conflict of interest. I had no conflict of interest on Library Board. I was a retired teacher, 29 years as a teacher. Well, actually 30, but 29 in public school. Served Yukon schools well for 26 years. I'm an active member in this community. I was silenced. I was removed, and I'm going to ask, due to conflict of interest, and I know I heard those words earlier tonight, conflict of interest, I do not wish for him to be on the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Amy, thank you very much for coming and sharing. Your story is actually why I reconsidered Jared for this. I had several people come to me, email me, text me, call me. I met up with one of them. And we talked about Jared Wright. We talked about the controversy surrounding it. Obviously, it's an item number for discussion. I find myself in a hard spot that I do not want to leave a seat empty. And inspired by what happened to you, I felt like it would not be right to just outright deny Jared without having a conversation with him first. So that's what I did. I met with him. We sat down. We had a conversation. We talked about mistakes that happened and how we make that right. From my perspective, this gives you, the people, accountability. This keeps Jared on a board so that you can hold him accountable for any further mishaps. What I would like to see happen is I would like people to come reach out to me, talk to me, especially if you're in my ward. These seats are incredibly hard to fill. And the fact that Jared wants to serve, he wants to correct his mistakes, and he wants to help this community in the ways he knows how, I'm willing to give him that benefit, allow our government to continue until we could potentially find a replacement if that's the crossroads we come to.
Joe Horn, 102 South 5th. I'm far less interested in where Jared Wright works than I am in how he voted as chairman of the Planning Commission the night he was lied to about the data center. Let's think about that. He voted, had he voted with Craig Knuckles to table this data center proposal, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. He voted to go ahead with the vote. They rushed it through, and now we're where we're at with the data center. And he had bad information.
If I can reply to Mr. Horn real quick. I just lost my train of thought and what I was going to say. I do believe he was misinformed, that he was acting on good intentions, doing what he thought right. He wasn't the only one who voted. Jared Wright is not that powerful, I promise. That's tough. I believed the same lie for 8 months until I went back and watched a 3-hour city council meeting on August 13th. I'm still sick about it. Yeah. You're fine. You go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
You're all right. Dylan Leon, 510 Kingston Place. My issue with this is that I'd imagine that there's some sort of briefing that happens in these meetings or before these meetings. And you should be well informed of whatever you're about to vote on. If you're voting on something, I don't care how much power you have. I don't care if you have power of 1 cent or $1 million. That's money that I pay for going into this town. And if he's voting in not the best interest of Yukon, then I, for one, don't want to put a wolf in the hen house. And that's what it seems like to me.
Thank you.
Jeff Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. Jordan, he was misinformed, you stated?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And just for the record, who was he misinformed by? What individuals?
Before his meeting, I couldn't say, but I know right here on this bench, we were misinformed.
By who, though? But there's a who. Who
Oh, it's public record. It was by the mayor and the city attorney.
So the mayor and the city
Yeah.
attorney and the city manager as well?
Yeah, I'm really disappointed Mr. Reinhardt isn't here tonight. I
And
requested
the
his
attorney?
attendance.
So that's the who's, right? The mayor, the city manager,
I don't know.
the
about
attorney,
Mr.
the who's.
Deckard.
I mean, okay. So they were misinformed, so misinformation.
Where that misinformation came from, I couldn't say, but that was what was repeated here in this room.
Okay, so based on their misinformation by these individuals, so I'm asking you, Mayor, are you willing to resign, and are you willing to resign? Yep, right now, for the city of Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
Are you not going to respond?
It's outside of the agenda item, sir. The floor is yours, Councilman Westfall.
Adam Slattery, 2300 Shell Creek Road, Oklahoma City. Ms. Walters, we've known each other a long time, and I got to share an input. If you keep somebody off of a commission or a board, Mr. Horn, you've been on commissions and boards. Your employer does business with the city of Yukon. You lose a lot of talent if you deny somebody because of their job to serve on a commission, a board, etc. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery.
I just kind of want to, I don't know, since the discussion is open, I've thought a lot about this particular item over the past few days since it's come out. And, you know, being part of originally part of the consent docket, my first thought is, being consent usually passed with very little comment. And now we're discussing on it right now. And I think I have to go to Mr. Westfall for a moment and ask him just straight up. So you've talked to him, and you do believe he would be a good asset for the Planning Commission. I don't know Mr. Wright myself. I've only seen him at the Planning Commission. I apologize for stepping on your answer.
No, you're fine.
But, I haven't met him in person. I haven't had an interview with him. I can only go by what I've seen in prior meetings, including the one that has been mentioned tonight. And I have to ask, and so I'm going to go back to you because I don't want to accidentally turn myself into a soapbox, but so you believe he would do well still on the Planning Commission despite the various feedback you've received both outside of this meeting and currently in this meeting?
I stand by my nomination of Jared Wright.
Okay. And the only reason I asked that question is I looked back on that meeting, and I remember Mr. Knuckles, and Mr. Jones voting to table, and the others did not, and likewise the reverse on the vote. And, it would have been a very interesting world, a very different world had that vote, I think, gone differently. So I look at the other three remaining members and I wonder, A, what would I have done if I was given the exact same information? We talk about that the information was incorrect. I only know what I know. So the question, this isn't meant to get an answer right now, is that you all know what I'm thinking is, would I have made the same decision given the same information? And B, the other decisions that he's made, because he's been on a year's worth of planning commissions since then, approving zoning ordinances or recommending them, what would have those benefited the city of Yukon overall? And so I'm just putting that out there as just a point of discussion.
And that's the continuity that I hope to keep until maybe a proper replacement can be found. But that's going to take communication. You've got to reach out to me. You've got to speak with me. I'm here to listen to you.
What credentials are needed for a member of the Planning Commission?
A desire to serve.
Okay. We've had a conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but think somewhere in Ward 3 that there is not someone who, or it was Ward 2, that there is not someone, that there isn't someone that would have more credibility with no conflict of interest. If we could table this and see if someone comes forward who would like to serve. I'm just looking at past track record, past performance. We've got city monies and how they're spent. I just think we should table and see if someone else from Ward 2 comes forward who may better serve our city. Thank you.
Would you be willing to meet with me this week?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Amy.
I'm not Ward 2 though. I was at large.
We can still
and
talk.
I certainly will talk, and I know a lot of people in this community. So sure.
I would really appreciate your input. I would. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I would just like to add, while the conflict of interest is being mentioned, this isn't the first time. I mean, we've had members of the city council serve on Yukon Community Sharing Foundations. We've had Joe Horn serve on boards while we had our money in Yukon National Bank. So this isn't the first time. So just to lighten it up a little bit, this isn't the first time there's a conflict of interest here.
Linda Reynolds, 1017 Walsh Lane. I agree with that, Adam. It's not the first time conflict has come up. But it is my understanding that Metro Signs and their salesman representative, Jared Wright, did all of the school signs in Yukon.
There's only so many signs that are sign companies that are actually local. And he's actually, I think it's from here, Metro Signs, an Oklahoma company. Everybody says spend our money local, but when we do.
No, I understand that.
I mean,
Metro Signs is actually Oklahoma
and the
City,
other-
and I get that. And I understand that you want to keep things local. I understand that too.
Absolutely.
But when you have somebody who's in power and then the other powers look to the power, you're talking, there's a lot of steps that you go down of that. Joe Horn had no control over YMB's money. He just works for them. Jared Wright makes money from selling signs.
But Jared Wright didn't make the decision to purchase signs from, or didn't make the decision to purchase a sign from his own company. That's very important. Let me clarify that briefly. So this project for the sign, which we'll get to later in the agenda as well, was put out to bid. There were 3 bids received. There was only 1 bid that actually conformed with all the requirements. The city staff team, not the council, the city staff team holds a bid opening meeting, and those 3 bids that were received were opened all at once with a group of people around a conference table. Then they have a pre-agreed upon scoring rubric and requirements for that. So everything that has happened with that bidding process, you may not like the sign. I mean, some people don't like the sign. Some people don't like the design. But at the end of the day, there was not impropriety in, Jared Wright sits on the planning commission. It's an advisory board that advises the city council on zoning and so on. They advise, they say, we recommend this for approval, and then it comes to the council. So,
And Mayor, my point wasn't the big sign that's later in the agenda. My point was all of the other school signs that he's done a lot in the city.
but, I mean,
and
the
he
school board is
continues to
completely
do it.
unrelated to us, right? Like the
Is it-
city and
Is it not still city money?
No, it's a whole different animal. It's a school,
I stand
there's a
corrected.
school board and a school district, right? And they receive money under the state funding formula and via property taxes and so on.
All right, I appreciate you mentioning my name as often as you have. I'm not on the agenda, but I appreciate it. If they're not talking about you, you're not doing any good, right? And first of all, what you say is not truthful. It's a half-truth. What happened was Industrial Signs bid on that RFP, request for proposal. They actually got the low bid. Yep, they got the low bid. There was an amendment placed out the night before through an email. An amendment went out, and that amendment said, oh, there's a problem with the lighting. Could have been fixed with a phone call. It wasn't. What happened? They never even saw the email. The request for proposals were, when it was amended, they were opened. Guess who got the bid? The guy that built the sign.
Way over budget.
$50,000 higher than the low bid.
Hi, Natasha Fryhofer, 407 Teakwood Avenue. This is actually my first in-person city council meeting. So I actually had a question about what Westfall said earlier about accountability in this appointment. And I don't know, due to the nature of city council member positions, not only how they are selected and appointed by the council and approved by the council at the end of the day, I'm kind of wondering how you envision this sort of mode of accountability. You know, you've spoken to him, you say he's turned over a new leaf, and so us as citizens don't really have much of a say in the conversations that go on between the two of you. So where is that accountability exactly?
So the accountability is kind of keeping them in the public eye. I hear what you're saying. I think I would be willing to table this. But real quick, if I make a motion to table this, does this end the discussion for the public?
Does it?
Item 14 is about the sign. I'm hoping we can talk about it
It's
some
a
more there.
different, yeah, Councilmember Westfall, that'll be a different agenda item, sir.
Is it? On the sign?
Right now, we're taking up item number 6.
No,
So
I understand.
I think you may intend not to table, but you intend to defer until either an indefinite time or a definite time.
Yeah.
An indefinite time?
Till the next meeting.
Okay, until a definite time stated this next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action regarding a special use permit requested by National Family Medical Associates for a proposed medical clinic located at 1032 West Vandeman, following review by the Planning Commission and their recommendation to approve. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
This time, we'll have discussion and possible action to approve modifications to the fiscal year 26-27 adopted budget prior to its effective date of July 1st, 2026. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I'll second this item. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, I just want to make sure that we go back and look at these contracts and make sure that we're not double dipping on these things and we're just having one, not 4 or 5 people doing the same thing in the different states of the union. I'd like to keep the Oklahoma, Yukon money in Oklahoma rather than outside Oklahoma. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
This time we'll have discussion of possible action regarding the designation of a non-voting member and alternate to serve on the Association of Central Oklahoma Government's Public Transit Advisory Committee on behalf of the city of Yukon. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Who would we like to nominate?
Do we need a second,
Councilmember
Mr. Mayor?
Castle.
Do we need a second, Mr. Mayor?
You need to make a nomination of an individual, sir.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Oh, no, I just wanted to, it was a point of clarification, excuse me.
Okay. I'll make a motion to have Vice Mayor serve as the primary and Councilmember Castle to serve as the alternate. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
Yes, why is it non-voting? I
It's-
mean, am I going to go to a meeting and then not be able to vote?
Yeah, I think, there's different committees, Vice Mayor, on with ACOG, right? This one is the public transit one. So ACOG gets some money from the federal government. They often decide what to do. But you're also serving on some other ACOG committees, and some of those have voting. I think this one's more advisory in nature, but I know that you have a close connection with the ACOG team, and you've served as
Okay.
alternate
Fine.
under Mayor Selby's leadership.
Good. I know all four of you folks are having jobs and Rick doesn't, but I'll go ahead and accept.
We appreciate that. We appreciate it, Vice Mayor Caccini. Any other discussion on this item?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Marcianda, 7401 North Richland Road. Is this the beginning of a discussion of having buses from the city that now come into Yukon?
It's not on the agenda.
Has anybody heard of it?
Yeah, Ms. Andis,
Uh-huh.
it's not on the agenda item for us to take up here, but I would encourage for you
No,
to.
I'm asking if we have a discussion and possible action regarding designating one of our members to go to this Public Transit Advisory Committee on the behalf, have we done that before?
Yes.
Have we been on it before?
Yes, I believe so.
Who's on it now?
I believe, if I can recall properly, I think Councilwoman Selby was on it, and I don't
No,
think.
who's on it right now? Somebody needs to be on
No,
it now.
it's been vacant, ma'am.
I think
It's been
I think
vacant.
Selby's term expires today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would just ask everyone in our community to understand what that's going to mean to us if we're on a bus route with the entire of Oklahoma City. Just think about that, and if we designate any of you guys to do it, let's all let them know how we feel.
Thank
Thanks
you,
so
Ms.
much, guys.
Andis.
Thank you.
Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Caccini.
By all means.
At this time, we'll have a discussion and possible action to approve funding and grant awards under the Yukon Strong Business Grant Program to eligible applicants as recommended by the Economic Development Director. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Damien, would you just brief us on this if he's here? Oh, there he is. Could you just brief us on this?
I tried to leave when I had the chance. Damien Denmark, Economic Development Director. So earlier this year, Council, you approved a budget amendment to fund what was called the Yukon Strong Business Grant. This was in conversation with Mayor, City Manager's Office, and Finance Department as we're looking with alternatives with construction going around. Obviously, just other activities that eliminate sales revenue for restaurants, retailers within Yukon proper. Again, maybe back in May, you approved another budget amendment. And so we put out this grant, the Yukon Strong Grant. It was only available for brick and mortar locations within Yukon proper that were generating retail sales tax, as these funds were appropriated out of Fund 38, which is our hotel motel tax. I was very shocked on the amount of businesses that applied. So within a 30-day application window, we had over 30 businesses apply. We're able to fund a total of 17 businesses and the total amount of $62,000. And some of those businesses are here tonight. Some may be here, some may be in the hall, some may be in the rotunda across the way. But we are able to fund 17 total businesses, from businesses in downtown, businesses in shopping centers off north of Garth Brooks, and so on and so forth.
Damien, can I ask a question? On the Strong Business Grant Program, I'm looking at the agenda item, and there's various amounts. And I mean, I just want to say I actually like the idea on the general level. I love being able to support our local businesses and promote them. There are differing amounts that are on here for the various businesses, the 17 that you mentioned. What's the rubric for how you selected who got the grants? Because you said 17 of 30 applications got them. And of course, since there are varying fund amounts on there, what was your selection criteria? Why did one company get this much versus a different company?
Yeah, so the selection committee was myself, our community arts coordinator, representation from the Yukon 66 Main Street Association, Development Services, City Manager's Office, and then the Yukon Chamber of Commerce. And so we got together and we based the needs off the requests, whether it's for equipment, whether it's for signage, for window replacement, whatever the case, facade improvements. One of the awardees was a brand new brick sign that was going to help towards a $30,000 cost, which was for Green Chili. So we met and discussed the needs. Do they fit exactly what the funds are covering for? Because we left the funds, equipment, we left the funds for signage, facade improvement, so on and so forth.
Oh, are they all for capital improvements? Is that with a general purpose, or are they for paying payroll, for example?
So no, none of the awardees that were selected were for payroll. They were all for facade, the things I had mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no additional discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
In the interest of time, we'll take up the visitors section at this time. We have some citizens and neighbors that are in the hallway and in the overflow conference room. So at this time, if you would like to speak in the visitors comments section, please make your way in this direction. And I'll read the visitors comments section gist. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come to the podium at this time and state your name and address. You're requested to limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Any item being presented must pertain to City of Yukon business. The Oklahoma Open Meetings Act prohibits the City Council from taking official action on requests made during this portion of the agenda unless otherwise noted on the agenda. Do we have anyone that would like to speak on an item during visitors' comment section that is not otherwise on the agenda?
Guess who? I just want to say, that's my new name. I just want to say thank you, because I don't think the general public understands that there's rules with visitor comments besides what you described. They do not have to be allowed. There is an option. There's nothing that says this has to be allowed. They're allowing it. You get your 3 minutes, say what you need to say, and I'm thankful you all are doing this and gonna hear us, and I appreciate it. And then, well, I have my 2 minutes left. I know you can't answer me, but when you make comments, could you please tell us how the drone and the fireworks thing's gonna work in the times, and which comes first? Thanks.
That's definitely above my pay grade, Ms. Burdine, but I know we have experts.
Dylan Leone, 510 Kingston Place. And I wanted to come up here and say thank you to Jordan Westfall, Rick Caccini, and Zach Castle. Adam, I can't really speak on you yet. I'm not as acquainted with you yet. I will say this. Jeff Deckard, shame on you.
Amen.
Brian Pillmore, shame on you. I stood up here I apologize. I stood up here last month and I asked you, Brian, to act in the best interest of the people. Instead, you lied. You lied to all of us in this room. You created agreements with companies that we didn't want. You're putting in stuff that we the people don't want. We don't want this data center. And instead, you're going behind our back? What is wrong with you? Come on. I can sit up here and I can look at Zach, Rick, and Jordan, and I can sit here and say that I know for a fact that they will act in the best interest of the people. I said, Adam, I can't speak on you yet. No hard feelings there. Brian and Jeff, I can't say the same about you. Come on. And I not only signed for the previous vice mayor, but I signed for you to be removed. I did it with a smile on my face, and I encouraged my wife to do the same, and she signed it today. So yeah, I really hope that this recall goes through. Joe, thank you for making this happen. And every recall volunteer that's in here, thank you. The city owes you a debt. Brian, you need to, I will say this. I know it's not on the agenda, but if I were you, I would really think about resigning, because what you have done is not been in the best interest of the community that you swore to protect. Shame on you, and shame on you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Trey Bishop, I don't know my address. So it looks like there are a lot of people here tonight that are concerned about transparency, and I've come before you quite a few times now, not the present council, but I've come before council quite a few times now, concerned about transparency. A year ago, I came and I showed you a body cam footage that the Yukon Police Department charged me almost $100 to redact. And 3 months ago, I came in and I showed you documentation that the reason that they charged me to redact was not true. They had not told the truth about domestic violence in this incident, and there was no nudity. I can provide new council members this information as well. But I would like a refund still on that charge. They should not have charged me or tried to keep it from me. Also, this is not related to my lawsuit. This is a separate issue. But the people of Yukon want transparency, and they shouldn't have to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Hi, Heather Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. Not sure if this is the exact time, but I know that I would just wanted to talk about the revitalization of downtown or Main Street. I do have a question about the mills. Does Yukon own the mills? And if not, how do we go about finding out who does own the mills? Because I know we are the Yukon Millers. We are proud of our mills, and that is part of downtown revitalization, I would think. Almost every town in Oklahoma and every small town across the United States has a mill of some sort. We are the Yukon Millers. I believe that we should do something productive with the mills to make it a landmark, make it something interesting, something tourist attraction. I just would like to know, how do we go about who owns them and how do we acquire them? And if Yukon wants to be known for the mills, already said that, sorry. Every town has mills. I would like for us to be a town where somebody drives through or says, oh, hey, we need to go see Yukon Mills. Man, that's pretty cool. Have you been there? I think that would be great.
Thank you, Ms. Bratcher.
Kaylee Danker, 921 Brookhurst Boulevard. I come up here to comment on something that's been bothering me about how I've noticed business gets handled by the city council. I've heard on multiple occasions on my attendance to these meetings that documents were not shared. They were not available. They were not made available in time for review, for a decision to be made. And it presents the idea that one of two things are happening. One, we're hiding them on purpose. And I do not want that to ever be accused of this city council. Two, our organization system is dysfunctional. It's not working. That is a major problem that you are asked to come up here and make decisions on our behalf, and you haven't been educated on what you're discussing. The second item that I would like to discuss is some behaviors I've noticed on this council. Mr. Westfall, I'd like to commend you on your behavior because I believe that you have been outstanding in your performance. You've gone out, you've sought the public, you've discussed things with people, you've had those hard conversations, and I wish that all of the members of the council would follow you in that. The hard part comes of I have seen sarcasm, disrespect, condescension, talking over people, specifically women. No more. It's enough. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hello, Gavin Films, 10913 Northwest 37th Street. I have two items that I'd like to present today. For one, my first item or question is, do we even have the infrastructure to support a data center in this town? And the second item that's a follow-up to that question is that will it follow the EPA Clean Water Act, ensuring that there are no pollutants regarding this data center? Those are my two questions.
Sir, we're not able to take up the discussion because it's not an agenda item, but we can listen. You have 3 minutes. You can present anything to us, and we can certainly follow up later.
Well, I mean, those are my two questions because I think, like, out of everyone here, I'm opposed to this data center as much as anyone else. And if you can't answer my second question, if you'll follow the Clean Water Act, then that's my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fields.
Jeff Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. I'd like to bring it to the attention of the council that I have reached out multiple times regarding the easement behind the property of our houses in Ranchwood North. The drainage that was spent by Mayor McCarron at the time was about $60,000 to widen that drain. OG&E does maintain the property, and they do a great job, but they won't maintain the easement. It's my understanding that the city takes care of the easement from the drain. The entire creek. Yeah, the entire creek. Two, Ranchwood Park down there. I think it's best to let the city or the residents know that I understand that the soccer's going to Taylor Park. We need to know what's going to be put on that. The soccer field's down there. There's no transparency. There's been no communication whatsoever. I know I've talked to Mr. Shriver just a little bit about it. Also, as far as drainage, the creek that runs off next to Piedmont Road, there's shopping carts in there. There's lumber. The flow of water is just backing up. So I would like to just bring that to the council's attention. A city manager, I want to thank the police and fire for all they do. But transparency, I'd like to speak on the Jared Wright thing. I think it's time to let's turn the leaf. Like you said last council, I think we had good discussion, but that good discussion involved absent people. So take that however you'd like, absent people. We had great discussion last council, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm disappointed in the mayor for being gone for so long. I understand you get vacation, nice tan, and I'd like to call for your resignation and the city manager's resignation as well. I'm still calling for that. So,
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
I've got 50 more seconds. I always use my time. Another thing, Main Street. It don't just stop at Cornwell. What are we doing from Cornwell up, our ward? What are we doing up there? That Arby's is sitting there just doing nothing. I think that's where Damien may get involved. It don't just stop right there. So I think we're all, I understand downtown Main Street is where everything's happening, but Main Street don't stop there. So let's invest in all of Main Street if we're going to invest in Main Street. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
I'll get back. I'll reserve my 10 seconds, I guess. Thanks, sir.
Hello, my name is Amanda Toney of 112 Seminole Lane. This is my first time participating in any sort of civic activity, or any city council meeting. I felt compelled to pull myself away from the million other things I would rather be doing, and the million other ways I would rather spend my time to make my voice heard and make it known that proceeding on the data center is not in the best interests of our community. I am appalled at the conduct of this city council to operate solely in self-interest against the growing outcry of your community, of your constituents, against this proposal, against this deal, against the sale of this land for the purpose of a data center. Communities that have had data centers built have become borderline uninhabitable to its residents, and Yukon has long been a bedroom community for people that work in Oklahoma City and other outlying communities. I'd have very little else to say on that other than I urge you to resign, Mayor Pillmore.
Thank you, Ms. Tony.
Angela Babin with 4050 Owen again once more. I have a few questions, but just for clarification, you did say that as long as it was on the agenda, we paused the agenda just a couple questions or items shy of where I wanted to talk, and I already wrote my name down, so will you guys respond if I ask a question in regards to what's on tonight's agenda?
When we take up those agenda items, we can, ma'am.
Okay.
So
I don't mind waiting.
those final 3 agenda items will be taken up.
Okay, I don't mind waiting for those. Well, then I guess in the meantime, I'm going to use what time I have. I don't know if you recall, probably about February or March, I asked this council, a couple of you were here, a couple of you weren't, if you guys would do a citywide survey of some sort to see the weight of the people, what we would like to do, what we would encourage our representatives to stand hold on as far as this data center goes. Don't think that happened. I didn't see it. I'm going to assume it didn't. Otherwise, if it did, have you guys seen anything? No?
Absolutely not.
No? Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Just want to make sure. So I'll use this time to just go ahead and say I'll be back with some more questions in regards to that question in regards to the BLE agreement. But I'll use my time in this moment by raise of hands, applause. Who here feels as if this city council has reflected their wants and desires in regards to this data center?
A portion.
Who here feels that they have not by applause? Those of you that are on the live right now on Yukon happenings or whatever it is, if you guys want to go ahead and put a thumb react, if you want to say thanks, no data center, whatever it may be, just so we can have our voices heard there as well. I think it's important that just because people can't make it here today, that their voices are still heard. And I know that we have thousands of people tuned in or hundreds of people tuned in on these as well. And I would encourage each of you guys also to come show up to these meetings. And then just one other thing that I don't think that you'll respond to, as is echoed here, I do urge you to resign.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Spencer Bryan. I brought these for you. I'm tired of hearing you cry. Be the man you want to be for Yukon or get out. Here you go, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Amber Ramsey. I'm a Piedmont citizen, and I also represent a group called Piedmont Informed. I'm here tonight to ask you, as you make your decisions here in Yukon, I implore you to consider. Cloverleaf and Beltline are creating a data center corridor right here in our region. Combined, they are either actively working with or have active land options in Okarche, Piedmont and Kingfisher, Cashin, Luther, and Yukon. I just found another site today for Cloverleaf in Yukon. I only knew there were Beltline sites. This is not sustainable. Cashin needs water. They pay an 80% increase in the water that they buy from Logan County. Piedmont needs water. It's my understanding we buy about 90% of our water from Oklahoma City. I'm pretty sure that Yukon also buys their water from Oklahoma City.
100%.
Here's the point. We all need each other. And while we're fighting each other, they are winning. When we make decisions as individual cities, we miss the big picture. Regionally, we are all connected. Each decision impacts the next city, then the next town, then the next generation. Piedmont is here tonight to support Yukon, and we ask that you stand with us as well. Please think about us as you make your decisions. Think about your neighbors. Think about the other cities. I really appreciate it, and I hope that you guys consider every decision and pray about it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey.
I just want to add to what she said, and since the media's here, I hope they're paying attention. Oklahoma City is the largest municipality in Canadian County. They're going to probably vote next Tuesday on a PUD that changes the zoning of the land right next to where we've sold the land to Beltline. If Oklahoma City passes this, Yukon, it doesn't matter what we come, it doesn't matter. We're screwed. But the precedent will be set because Oklahoma City borders Piedmont, Oklahoma City borders Luther, Oklahoma City controls all the land around Lake Stanley Draper. And if we don't start asking Oklahoma City why they want to allow hyperscale data centers, we are all going to be in trouble. I encourage everyone that can to be at the Oklahoma City meeting next Tuesday morning. I'll be glad to stand up and speak for all of us, but we've got to start asking Oklahoma City why they think it's so great. Why, just because they put a moratorium, they're not stopping anything. There's people selling land all over the place to these companies. And you guys in the media aren't asking them anything. Shame on you.
Thank you, Ms. Burdine.
Stephanie, what time's that meeting so we all?
8:30 a.m.
8:30, thank you.
Diana Bast, 4820 Sky Trail. I came to a council meeting and a lady asked you, we're rezoning that property that the data center is supposed to go into. At that time, it was the amphitheater. And that was coming to an end. And the lady said, why are you rezoning it? Do you have somebody in place getting ready to come in there? You said, oh no, we're doing it to make it easier so if somebody comes along and wants to buy it. Well, you had a NDA done before that. So you flat out lied. I mean, that's very hurtful as a citizen. And then the other thing is we have a wonderful opportunity on Route 66. We are an old car club. We go from town to town, and man, these towns make a lot of money off of it. But we've not embellished on that. I mean, there's so much we could do with Route 66 and make a difference and bring more money into our city. And that's something that we need to think about. Why are we letting all these other cities take advantage of Route 66 and we're not doing it? And then I have another thing. Who buys a building without an inspection? I've never heard of that. And so that's my question. Whoever did definitely is in the wrong field, because nobody should ever close on anything without an inspection when you're buying something. That's just not done. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to item 12 of discussion regarding previously approved.
We got more people out there.
Almost 30 days ago, we began collecting signatures for the recall. We've been extremely successful and have far exceeded our expectations. We've worked with a group of volunteers that have met the challenge head on. We've met the demands of a city charter at its very highest. We have held ourselves to a figure in excess of what would be required for the city at-large position, even given the fact we were only dealing with Ward 3. This is the ward which elected Brian Pillmore as councilman, and the only ward allowed to participate in his recall by charter. I think we all agree the code asks for 1,449 signatures for the at-large position. This figure is reached by a calculation of 20% of the votes cast in the last gubernatorial election within the city, and we believe within the ward for Ward 3 and the other wards. We're dealing with Ward 3 position, not a citywide position, and we believe the number is far less than the 1,449 number. In fact, we believe the number to be less than 500. However, we have exceeded that number by more than 3 times. Yep. We've exceeded the 1,449 number, and we continue to collect signatures even as we speak. I want to point out that only 303 votes were cast to put you where you sit as Ward 3 councilman. And the citizens of Ward 3 have collected well over 1,650 signatures, and the number, and I want that number to sink in just a little bit. We have collected more than 5 times the number of signatures than you got votes to sit where you're at. More than 5 times. More than 5 times that number want you gone. And I've heard it multiple times tonight. I feel like it would be in the city's best interest if you would resign tonight. So I'm asking you to resign now. Will you resign? You don't have a problem replying to me when it's derogatory towards me, or you don't have a problem speaking to me when you feel like it. But I want you to say now that you will resign.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
I will present the clerk tomorrow with the petitions that we've collected and the signatures that will force the recall.
Thank you, sir.
Lynn Rodriguez, 15200 West Wilshire Boulevard. I would like to ask you guys to consider moving the venue. There are people that are interested in this, what's going on in these meetings, and they're being shoveled to off-site locations in the hallway. They're not able to really participate in these meetings. There's been multiple meetings where it's been overflow. It's time to change the venue. There is the arts, by the high school, the fine arts building that seems to be available, plenty of room to put the community that wants to hear what's going on here and be a part of it. I would like to ask that you consider that for the future meetings.
Thank you, ma'am.
I said that 3 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago.
Jim Griffin, 1102 Fairbanks. You look well rested. Do you know the definition of hubris? Subversion, yes or no, will be sufficient. I can see it in your face. I've spent a lot of time thinking about what I want to say to you. It's not nice. And I think everybody in here would concur that you should resign. But I think we should also give you enough rope to see what happens. But this is disgusting. This is subversion, in my opinion. And you should resign. You have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
You are so welcome. See you around.
My name is Jody Harlan. I live at 426 Poplar Avenue. And I want to talk about a quote from my father-in-law from 22 years ago. His name was Charles Wagner. Wagner Road is named after him. And he told me, in your lifetime, water is going to be worth more than oil. And I know exactly what he meant. I have only had a recall petition in my yard for about 2 weeks. Before that, I had a good meeting with Jeff Decker to talk about water. and with Mayor Pillmore at the door several times. My concern has predated the data center. And I want to clarify, there's more than one data center that wants to use Yukon water. We spend most of our time talking about the one at Frisco and Route 66. But as the Yukon Progress reported, Irvin Box, who's the attorney for BLE Landholding in a planning commission meeting at Oklahoma City, said, I just want to make sure that this deal will not interfere with Yukon providing water for Oklahoma City's 2 data centers at Frisco and I-40 and Frisco and Northwest 23rd, in that area that's in our county. And I'm confused because once we finally saw the water report that Garver produced in January of 2026, we got to see that maybe in April or so, it talks about where Yukon water comes from. 60% comes from Yukon City Waterworks. 40% comes from the wells that we lease at Will Rogers Airport. And those wells have been polluted with arsenic for some time. I've been talking about arsenic for 10 years with every city council person that would listen, ask why don't we spend recovery money for arsenic removal like Mustang has done. And so that's been a long-ranging concern with me. So if we buy 100% of Yukon water from Oklahoma City, how are we going to sell water to Oklahoma City for 3 data centers who could conceivably each need 5 million gallons of water a day? That's 15 million gallons of water. I asked the question earlier this year, innocently, so how much water is the Yukon Center going to need? And how much water, on a daily basis, how much water comes out of the back of the Yukon treatment plant, what we call the effluent? A minus B equals C. And I asked then, 4 or 5 months ago, where are we going to get C if we don't have enough water? I am still waiting for that answer, but now we all know we're not talking about 1 data center, we're talking about 3 where Yukon's supposed to provide the water. I can't figure out what Yukon citizens are getting out of this deal. And I know you can't answer that question, but I want to know, what are we getting? We're giving up a lot. And at a previous a previous city council meeting, a gentleman said, what is this in the BLE agreement, when we finally got to see that 300-page document, or almost 300-page document, about unlimited water. And Mr. Mayor, you said, well, they're going to pay for it. I'm here tonight to say water is not unlimited. My father-in-law pointed it out. It's going to be worth more than oil in all of our lifetimes. We are giving it away, and we are getting nothing that I can tell to benefit us. We must say no for the protection of our community. Without a public school, without a post office, and without clean and abundant water, we do not have a town.
Thank you, Ms. Harlan.
Mary West, Yukon. So I'm new to town. I moved from an area where I thought of wind farm. I thought of Bitcoin. And I was blessed to observe a council meeting in Branson, Missouri, where they had true ethics. They would never entertain a project that was not transparent. They wouldn't even talk to the vendor. So that's why I'm so disappointed when I've moved to a place and I'm seeing this lack of transparency. But this is the same game that's been being played all over the United States, all over the world. And it needs to stop. These NDAs that have been occurring, first of all, they're illegal when they affect 3 things. When they affect public safety. These data centers affect our public safety because of all the environmental problems with them. They affect our health, and this is the health of every living thing. This isn't just humans. This is when I see a cow in the field. This is when I see a tree. This is when I see somebody's garden that's going to feed a child. Also, the third thing is when it affects substantial public concern. Those are three things. They're all public, public, public. We are the people. We want freedom. We know what this is about. When we see flock cameras everywhere, we are for freedom here. This is not bringing us freedom. This is getting rid of our towns. This is for the 15-minute cities. It's constant surveillance. We don't want this. I moved to this town. I didn't want to be in a city again. I like these people. I like that Yukon has that old-fashioned feel. I don't want to say in 5 years, Mr. Pillmore, that you won't recognize it. I want those old buildings. I want some history. How has this been happening? I don't have much time. Tactical politics. It's where they're appointing people rather than letting us be the voice. We must demand that we no longer have appointed positions at any level. They must be elected. They must be our voice. And lastly, we need every church. If there's 50 of them in this community and this state has churches everywhere, we need every pastor, every preacher, whatever title you have, whatever church you belong to, this needs to be a concern. We all need to be united. This is no longer red and blue. This is the purple party, which is the people's party. We, the people.
Thank you, Ms. West.
My name is Linda Aker. I live at 208 East Bass. I've been a voting citizen of Yukon for 50 years. You said earlier, you voted on something and you weren't informed. It only took me 3 hours to become informed. It only took me 3 hours to know that a loop system will not be sufficient because in Arizona, the loop system they have by the Colorado River is not sufficient, so they want to take the Colorado River. It only took me a few minutes to know there would be air pollution, and the people with asthma would be the first people affected. There would be noise pollution, a constant hum throughout the community. Now you say, well, it won't be for half a mile. Listen, no matter where you live in Yukon, you can hear the marching band practicing, can't you? Yes. Every morning during school, you know when the band's playing, no matter where you live. Think of it, constant bzzz. Do you want to live with that? You can't go outside anymore. You have to get your house insulated so you don't hear it. Think about that. Then it creates a heat dome. We're talking about climate change, so we're going to build data centers all over the country to create more heat. Do you like 104? Think about 115. Then it's going to take our water. Do you know that we have no way of turning on a faucet to replenish our aquifers? We cover everything with cement. Where the cement is now used to be where the rainwater soaked into our aquifers. It doesn't anymore. You take water from our aquifers, there will be nothing left. You said you don't do things in secret. You did stuff in secret. That's against the open policy. You did that. You will go down in history as the mayor who sold out the people of Yukon.
Thank you, Ms. Hagar. At this time, we'll take up item number 12 of discussion regarding the previously approved purchase and sale agreement between Yukon Municipal Authority and BLE Land Holdings LLC for the sale of real property, including questions related to the agreement and the transaction. I now open up the discussion on this item.
My name is Karen Graves. I live at 200 East Parkland Drive. I have a packet here where you can follow me, but I'm more like I talk and I really don't follow this word for word. I've been a realtor since 1988. I'm a real estate broker. I've been asked by corporations I've been asked by churches, and I've been asked by nonprofits. I helped write the contract for the United Way, and people just know about me by word of mouth. And I go in and I sit on boards and I try to help them get through issues that they have. So I don't want to approach this in an angry way. I want to approach this by what does the contract say? I've talked to the attorney that was for the city. He says we can't get out of it. I went to someone that I know because I was real frustrated reading the contract. I could not see an out. I went and he ran it through Claude, and AI said we didn't have an out. And I realized the only way we're going to get out of this contract is to find something in the contract that lets us out of it. And I have found it. But I want to go over the contract first. Do you want to follow me on this, or do you want to just listen to me? You want me to hand these to you? Huh?
I brought my copy here. Other
This is
council
the
members
new
have their copies.
I would take a copy.
I found something different in the last few days, so these are the updated ones.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we're going to take a 2-minute recess for a bio break. I'm so sorry, Miss Graves, but
Okay.
it gives us a little
I'm
time.
about worn out, and you just convinced me I would never want to be in
Just a
politics in my
2-minute
whole life.
recess, Miss Graves. I'm so sorry. we'll resume the meeting. Yeah. All right, this time we'll end the recess, call back to order. Sorry for the bio break.
But I do appreciate it.
But
Same.
it was appreciated.
It was a long meeting.
And Miss Graves does have the floor here, Miss
Yeah,
Andis.
she gave it to me.
Oh, she gave it to you.
Yeah.
She didn't
So
get called up for her 3 minutes.
Welcome, Miss Andis.
Before we go through this.
Please state your name and
Marcy
street
Andis,
address.
7401 North Richland Road. Before we go through this in BLE, I want to point out one thing. The meeting that Jeff Deckard and Brian Pillmore, you guys decided not to have an open meeting at some point, and you decided to do a question and answer, and it was on the internet. Do you remember what I'm speaking of? The two of you, and you were talking about where the water comes from. Does anybody remember that? I wish I'd had time to have found it and put it up, but.
I believe that was November 5th.
So does anybody remember partway through, as you're talking about where we're gonna get the water and why we get it and all the loops, and you're jumping into, and then bingo, I heard exactly what scared the crap out of me. Out of your words was, and if we don't have the water, we can go north of the river. North of the river is the aquifer that supports everyone in the Yukon city limits in the rural area that cannot get Green Valley water, which is private water up north, can't get Yukon water, you don't pipe it to us, and can't get Oklahoma City water. So that aquifer, if you choose to go there and dry that up, I've lost all value in my property.
Yeah, I think Miss Andis, if I might add just briefly, since that.
Always.
Yeah, since that November timeframe, the game plan is not to use water.
The idea is you've lied so much, Brian, we don't know what the game plan is. And so when I have to protect the only big asset I have, I've put everything I have in 10 acres in Yukon thinking this was the greatest little town. And now I got a guy that moved here from back east, lies like crazy. I can't believe you. Out of your mouth, and it's on record, you said, we'll have to go north of the river, no matter what you've changed now. So I'll
Thank
let
you, Ms.
her
Andis.
tell us how to get out of the mess you put us in.
Well, I would like to shift right now because I don't want to come up here and be ranting and raving and be upset with people. I want to tell them what's in the contract because I'm a professional and that everything that is going to be done is going to be done according to this contract. I did take it to someone. I said we couldn't get out of this. And then the bottom line was, according to AI, which I think AI will be a thing of the future. I don't think it's time for it to be developed right now. There's new technology that is being worked on that doesn't use water. And I think that when I was really young, I was in a think tank. They wanted me to be with a group of people that were young because that's when computers came into existence. That's how old I am. And they said that certain things happen in a society, and the first people that jump on it, it's called the penalty of the lead. And the example they used for us back then was when the railroads were developed in England, the rails were not spaced the right amount, the right length. The rails were not the right length, and their shape was not the right length. And so their whole railroad system, their infrastructure was weak. Then we went over there and we figured out how to space the rails, how long they needed to be, and how they need to be configured. And then we had a successful rail system. And I think right now we're under the penalty of the lead. We're jumping too fast on this right now. And so I just wanted to say that's where I think we're at. I wanted to say what the bottom line ASIA said. It says the seller's release depends almost entirely on the purchaser's decision, not the seller's. And then it said to get in touch with our attorney and not have any kind of a lawsuit because we would probably lose with what's in this contract. A couple of attorneys reviewed it. They couldn't find an out. I know that a couple of the council members reviewed it. They couldn't find an out. I couldn't find one. So I got with a group of people that love this area. And this is not me doing this work. This is a whole group of people that had different ideas, and they were calling me and they were telling me what they were thinking. And the magic of working with a group is that sometimes it will bring a thought to your mind that there's a solution to this. And I think that we have found it, but I'll go over that at the very end. The contract says that that we cannot close on this. Now, they have double negatives, what I call double negatives in here. And you have to read really careful to find them in this contract. And one of them says, the purchaser, by written notice to seller, which date shall be no less than 2 years from the effective date on which the date of the contract. What that's saying is that they're not going to close until at least 2 years after they sign the contract. So that would be over a year from now. That's one thing that's in there because it's a double negative and it's tricky. And they've got other tricky things in this contract where they state one thing at the beginning of the contract and then they state something else on into the contract on the same issue. There were two data. The fire departments are real interesting because in Ohio, Amazon bought from these kinds of people that are working with us, and it's kind of like an old Western movie that my husband liked to watch where the rich people wanted to come to town, but they got the gunslingers. Beltline is the gunslinger. They're the ones that come in and they work everything out. And so two of them got sold to Amazon in Ohio. In 1 year, they had 84 fires. In this contract, they're asking for a fire easement to be brought up to their land to where they want it to be located. They will choose the place. We do have to agree to it where the place is. And the reason being is that all these fires have caused cities across the nation to fight these fires with their fire departments. Then they find out that they have filed for tax-free exemption, and they're not even contributing to the income of the fire departments. And so this has been a real problem. People don't even know this, that this is one thing that breaks them. And they're trying to always locate around smaller towns and cities around metro areas where they kind of share water and they have electrical grids and that they have access to. And one reason they want this land out here by where they're trying to build one is that electrical station that we have out there. They've already got the electricity out there. And that's why they're trying to propose for 3 data centers to go in. One of them is the one that they're trying to buy from us for 184 acres. One of them is just to the south of us, between us and the interstate. That's 116 acres. They're developing that as a PUD. And then there's another one across I-40 that's in the Oklahoma City area. It's another 184 acres. And so that's 484 acres they're trying to build into data centers. And there isn't enough infrastructure to do all that. And then that's kind of that. The only option we have in the whole contract where we have any kind of power is on the title commitment. But it doesn't include monetary things. If it's a monetary issue, it's going to come out of our proceeds. It's anything that's non-monetary. But then if they decide that they're going to go ahead and live with what the title problem is, they'll just accept it and go ahead and close. Then there's a an opportunity to cure, and which they, if they go ahead and close, what it's really saying is there's specific performance, which is what AI warned us of. And if they have to provide specific performance because we don't want to close on this, then if we lose, then we're going to have to pay all of the attorney fees and all the costs they are having, and we're still probably going to lose on this contract. Every single page on this contract has a wall, and they're saying we hardly have any rights. They have all of them. They can choose where this goes. We don't have anything to say. But the thing that bothers me the very most in this contract is this next part I'm going to talk about. It says on the bottom of page 14 that, I'm going to read this to you because this is a little lengthy, but I'm going to read it to you. Seller may not sign its right under this agreement unless expressly agreed to by the purchaser in writing. Purchaser shall have the right in its sole discretion and without the need for seller's consent to assign this agreement in whole or in part to any of the following. So they can assign any of this contract to someone else. We don't have any kind of say who they're assigning it to, and we have no right to assign anything on our end. And so these are the people that they can assign it to: an entity in which the purchaser or affiliate of the purchaser holds an economic interest. That's anybody. And any affiliate that they designate, they can assign it to. Then any development partner or purchaser or any affiliate of such development partner. So they can assign it to someone to develop it, and then that partner can also assign it to an affiliate. So they're building shell companies is what they're really doing. And Beltline is a shell company that represents the buyer. And so then it goes on to say, when they lease it, a part of this contract. Maybe it's a development part. Maybe it's the end user part. An end user's one they can assign it to. And then it says, if the seller does that, the purchaser does that, it says, purchaser shall be released from all liability under this agreement. And so the ones that are buying it and negotiating with us right now just can get rid of it. So, and it says, even if seller's consent is not otherwise required under this agreement. So the seller, we have no say in any of this. So, so then we have termination rights. And it says the purchaser shall have the right to terminate this agreement for any reason or no reason in purchaser's sole and absolute discretion by delivering written notice to seller and escrow agent. Now, and then there's another clause that says that they can have another 5-year extension here to develop the property, to start it. And that's after the closing date. So we've got 2 years before they close. Then we've got another 5 years before they even start to build the thing. And that's another, so that's 7 years plus 60 days for us to cure it. Now, they also have a repurchase agreement, and they can offer to sell us the property, no telling when, but if we decide that we want to repurchase it, we have to pay them what they paid us plus any money they've spent on it. And then if we say, okay, we're going to go ahead and buy it, then they have the right to say, no, you can't buy it, because there's a place in there that says the repurchase right to repurchase the property automatically terminates upon the occurrence of any of the following. If they obtain construction financing, they can go ahead and just move forward. If they obtain approved building plans or building, they can go ahead and move forward. They can terminate our right to even get it back. Conveying the property or a portion thereof to an end user or a data center operator. So they could just deed, this 140 acres, they could deed 1 acre to them and be able to extend that. And then it says the purchaser leasing the property or a portion thereof to an end user are qualified. So the bottom line is they tied us up for 7 years plus 2 months, and now they can exercise this termination agreement, and they can string us out forever. Now, I was talking to Zach on the phone, and I said, you know, I'm a licensed real estate broker, and one of the things, the very first thing I could lose my license for is if I create a contract that doesn't have a termination date. And we thought we might have found something. But we found out that if you don't have a licensed realtor that has the real estate commission breathing down our throats, and you have an attorney that can go write a contract, and this is not illegal for them, and nothing regulates them or a buyer or seller. So all these contracts that I've seen that are written, they kind of brag about not having a commercial real estate broker. Now, you can have a commission. You can call a real estate broker to write the contracts. You can kind of have them give you some advice about maybe where you need to go. But that hasn't happened on any of these contracts. So that's something that is really worrisome to me. Then I was talking to people, and it started out with our newest member of the council, and he was concerned about a paragraph. I was concerned about another paragraph in his contract. And the one I was concerned in is they have a portion in there where we've agreed to not zone any property, annex any property, or approve a subdivision to go in on other lands around our property, extending beyond them. It even says they're not subject to the terms of this agreement. So we've agreed to that. But then Zach came up with this. On page 11 of it, it says, as of the effective date, the property is zoned I-1 under the zoning ordinance of the city of Yukon, Oklahoma, and the intended use is permitted by right under I-1 zoning classification, and such zoning shall be non-appealable and final. No action shall be taken while this agreement is in effect or changed, modifies such zoning. So they're saying here that it's non-appealable, it's final, and there's no action to be taken. This was written by their attorney. I own a building in Yukon. It's zoned I-1. This is the way that the zoning is on this property. And across the street, it's on Industrial Drive, it's I-2. Now, I-1 zoning says this. The intent of the light industrial district is to provide a location for industries which do not by their nature create nuisances, and for commercial uses that either due to the nature of their operation or best located I-1 light industrial district are either supportive or compatible, not detrimental, or to the industrial activities allowed. If you go up to the heavy industrial district, which is I-2, it says the intent of the heavy industrial district to provide a location for industries which may by their nature create nuisance. The intent to preserve the land, especially for such industry locations with access to arterial streets, are designed on the comprehensive plan as well as the locations generally acceptable to railroad. So they have said, their own attorney said on this contract on page 11, that the zoning could not be changed under any circumstances. It was final and not appealable, but you can't build this facility on land that's zoned I-1. So now the power goes back to the city council, and you can decide that you're not going to approve a different zoning that would allow them to be there, I think. And I've gone online and I've read about case studies, and they're mostly people that are purchasers who are going to court, but they've been advised on time after time on these lawsuits to just get another location, because you're not going to win if you sign the deal. The thing is, if you sign a contract and on August the 13th, 2025, you first change the zoning, and then 4 or 5 days later, you sign the contract. And it says if the contract is signed under certain zoning, then, and the zoning is not appropriate, then it goes back to the city council where you have to change the zoning. So I think this is how we're going to get out of the contract.
Thank you.
Do y'all have any questions? Anybody have any questions?
It's not necessarily a question, but you bring up a very good point, something I've been looking into for some time now. Something else I've noticed on section 12M, 12M, under that zoning you just mentioned, actually, that it's zoned I-1 under the zoning ordinances. Madam Clerk, can I have just a quick question? Because I can't ask our attorney tonight, unfortunately. Wonder where he is. But what is the current zoning status of that property? I'm sorry, it's I-1, right?
Yes, it is.
And what data centers is defined in the code? What are data centers zoned as? Are they zoned as special permit, conditional, or by right?
I don't think they have to go through a special permit.
So,
but they have to be in light industrial.
I apologize for the loaded question, actually, because I know the answer.
I have an I-2 building. When I went through this whole process with Mitch Hort and other people in the city, when we built this building, the main thing that they don't want in an I-1 complex is they don't want constant noise that are going to keep people from sleeping. They don't want people working there late hours. They don't want the I-2, the I-1 is okay to be backing up to a residential area, but an I-2 is not. And Frisco Ridge is right there adjacent to this land and Westport, and so that would not qualify them to be an I-2. I mean, an I-1 either. I mean, an I-2.
I think the unfortunate thing is that the property, speaking as someone who lives in Westport, the property, unfortunately, next to us on that big green space is zoned C, which I worry would be, well, that's something. But the question I actually had was, I believe the property in question is zoned I-1, and under Article 215/310, it's currently I-1 by right. Is that right at the moment?
It was actually made I-1 at that meeting.
But the question I have is, the 215-304 states that it's special permit.
Okay.
And this has remained, and I've looked through this a few times, it has remained through a couple of ordinances, the 72 ordinance that actually put it in to the table. And during the 215-310 change, it did not update the table.
That is correct. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's actually removed from the special permit, but it's still in the table. It just needs to be fixed.
Well, so
I know what you're talking about.
But that will lead to another thing too. Was there an emergency clause passed on 1479? Because I don't think it was.
I don't know.
Because I actually been looking through the notes again, trying to understand everything, and according to the minutes of the meeting, except it wasn't. I don't believe it was. It passed by a vote of 3-2. Ordinance states that it needs a vote of a supermajority. So, looking through that, it needs to have been published in a paper of record. So I looked through the paper. And that paper published the title of the ordinance and the emergency clause. Not a summary, and not the text. So I was going to ask Mr. Reinhardt tonight if that meant by Oklahoma statute that that ordinance that put it in I-1 by right was invalid. And as such, going back to the contract that's under discussion at this moment, we can't warrant 12M. We can't warrant that it is I-1 permit by right. We can't promise that. We can't fulfill that part. And we can't change it under 12M. So unfortunately, I will need to do some more digging, but that's where I'm at on that right now. I don't have an answer for you. Again, I was hoping Mr. Reinhardt would be here tonight.
I think one of the things that makes us strong on this is that it is their attorney that is such a predatory attorney, so many predatory things in his contract that he wrote that I won. Now, we could even say he was trying to deceive us so that we thought that he was going to have something that wasn't so hard on the environmental and hard, using so much water and having all those particles go into the air and then polluting the ground. And so I think that you could even say it might have been a little deceptive that they even requested an I-1.
I think that from my new perspective on the council, looking back through this contract, I am very worried that we signed this. This was, I mean, going back to the beginning of it, it is absolutely a purchase. I mean, it's not really a contract. Unfortunately, it is a purchaser agreement disguised as a contract between two parties. And that's one of the reasons why I've been going over it, because trying to understand it, trying to understand all the ins and outs of it, why we would sign such a thing in the past, and what we're going to do about it in the future.
And I read it, and I was about to puke all night after I read it, trying to figure out how can I get us out of this? How can I find the one thing? Because I'm really firmly convinced that they rubber stamp all these things. They have this all figured out. And the only way in my professional opinion, that we can get out of this is to find something in the contract that would allow us to do that. And I think this would be a 90% chance of being able to get out of it. That's what I think. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Graves, for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
My name is Peggy Archibald. I'm 123 South 5th Street. Several months ago, I came and spoke, and it was very emotional. And I said that no one in the city that I've talked to wants this data center except those of you on the council. And at the time, those of you that were on the council, everybody rose their hand and said, we've not made up our mind, we've not made up our mind, we've not made up our mind. It's become apparent that it was set up, there was no transparency, you knew it was done. Fortunately, this woman's hard work, we might have a chance to get out of this nightmare. I implore you to either, I'm trying not to get emotional again. First, I have a question. Who signed the contract? Who signed the original contract?
Every contract of the city, first of all, it's voted on by the city council. It's voted on by the city council, and following approval by the council, then the mayor, or in my absence, the vice mayor, signs a contract on behalf of the city, or if it's a YMA, if it's Yukon Municipal Authority, then the chairman, who is the mayor, or instead the vice chairman of the authority signs that. They're not signing personally, they're signing on behalf of the decision that the council made.
So you stated that the lawyer, the city attorney, supposedly looked at this on our behalf.
That is true.
And from what she's saying, it's basically a predatory contract. What the heck is our attorney, who is supposed to know? I mean, I understand if you guys aren't, with the minutia of it, I understand that. But how can our city attorney sign this? That's the point.
He didn't tell you who signed it. Who signed it?
He signed it.
Right.
But Thank you.
The council voted to approve this sales agreement, and they voted 4-1. And following, I just did it a minute ago when we took a short recess, everything that we voted on this evening that requires an agreement, I signed it at the end of the meeting. You're not signing personally. Like even if I voted against it, I still have to sign
Right.
it.
So the fact that I asked, so the fact that when I asked a couple months ago, and you all said no decisions had been made, the contract was already signed. Is that correct?
The contract for this purchase sale agreement was signed last August of
Correct.
25.
Right. I asked you after that. It was a couple months ago, January, February, I believe. Okay. So either I would expect that transparency, that you would say, we misled you, citizens of Yukon. From the day one, we misled you. We lied to you. Or if there is an out, I would work with this dear young lady and an attorney, figure out how the heck we can get out of this mess. And if that contract is not a done deal, and you actually have a choice still, I would suggest the item on the agenda to vote it up or down, put your name, yes, I'm in favor of the data center, or no, I'm not, so we can get on with making the city the best city it can be and not run it into the ground.
Amen.
Our energy, the citizens and your energy, is being spent on something we do not want. You need to get to work.
Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Archibald.
Can I make before the next I'm sorry, can I say something real quick? One thing I also noticed about this contract is that it was signed between the Yukon Municipal Authority and the purchaser. One of the questions I, again, had for the attorney was, how can a contract between the Yukon Municipal Authority, which I admit has the same body, it's the same members that are on the city council, how can they sign away zoning rights? I don't think they can. Legally, the two bodies are separate, and I don't understand, just putting it out there, I don't understand how we can sign away our closing rights, or our zoning rights, excuse me. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Zach. Jeff Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. How many of y'all have done research and are against this? Show of hand for the data center. Please raise your hand if you're against the data center. I'll go one by one. Mr. Castle?
I'm against it.
Mr. Shriver? Mr. Pillmore?
I'm not in favor or against a data center. I'm for Yukon.
Okay. Yes.
You're a liar!
It's a simple. Have you done any research to try to get us out of this? Yes or no?
Done research to get us out of the contract?
Of this contract.
I have not.
Okay. That tells us what we need to know. Mr. Caccini?
Down, I don't want that. Down, I don't want that.
I want nothing to do with it.
Okay. Mr. Deckard, we would like to hear you for the record.
That's not a political issue.
No, it's just a simple question. Have you done any research to get us out of this contract?
I've been informed by the attorneys.
Okay.
As the city manager, you haven't done any research on a contract?
Ma'am, if you'd like to speak,
Okay.
please approach the
Wait,
podium.
hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
So are you for or against this data center? Because apparently you are, because your name is all over this, plastered all over it.
I mimic what the mayor said. I'm neither for or against. I'm ready for
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I commend you for researching this and trying to get us out of that. May I make a suggestion? May I make a suggestion? Mr. Pillmore?
Yes, Mr. Bratcher, you're welcome to make a suggestion.
This man right here, if you want to purchase any land, bring it to the city residents and also hire a real estate or retain someone that's experienced before you go out and purchase and put your initials on something on our behalves.
Thank you, Mr.
Nobody wants this, and nobody wants you to be our mayor anymore, period.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
All right, I'm back. I told you I'd be back. Angela Babin, 405 Owen Avenue, once again. I have some questions in regards to this verbatim, hold on, what did it say? Pre-agreed upon, is that what that was? Yeah, previously approved to purchase. Okay, I really do just want to kind of echo this. I was here for the meeting in which, I don't know where you were. I was here for that one. And I do remember there just being like this ambiguous overturn of this futuristic talk, like it was happening in the future. It was already happened. That was extremely just deceptive of you. Shame, very just shame bells on you. With that being said, I'd genuinely like to know that if there's any developers, brokers, consultants, or persons who could profit from this transaction participating in any executive sessions. Anybody that can make money from this situation that would have made this deal push through, this PSA that you guys have. Yep. Have they sat in on these meetings that you guys have had in order to deliberate these PSA agreements?
I haven't been here.
No,
You said yes? If I may, can I yield you for a moment? Who do you know that has?
I don't know for a fact. I have just started doing some research, but some of the names, Pillmore, Deckard, and
Reinhardt.
And how are they profiting from this? Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure. I just
Okay.
started doing my research recently. I've just started attending these in the last few weeks when I realized how much there was a lack of transparency and how much we were being lied to.
At very minimum, it's very leading to believe that somebody that has been involved inside of this deal has some sort of personal gain from it, because I don't see any one of us signing this deal as if it's something that would benefit us in any shape, way, or form long-term unless we were personally pocketing something from it. That's my own just inference here, but
Ms. Babin?
Yes.
If I might respond. Those are very serious accusations. In fact, the oath of office that every member of the council takes, as well as officials like a city manager takes, that's actually, it's disqualifying for office if we profit from something like that, if you take gain from that, and it's criminal.
I would agree. But
So I just want to be
taking-
clear. I just want to be clear that is, it's such a serious accusation. And I absolutely, confidently can tell you I profit zero from this.
I wasn't speaking to you specifically. I was just
Okay.
asking any one person. That seemed very defensive. But with that being said, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that one of y'all's oath is also to support the word and the wants and desires of the city, and that hasn't happened either. And so with that being said, I'll move on. You know, I'd really hate for anything to come into fruition in the future to show that somebody, you know, did take some sort of benefit from that, but I'd like that on record today as well. Now, can you identify the specific provision of the YMA trust indenture that would authorize the authority to enter this PSA as yourself and as yourself? Is there a document showing that authority specifically? And was it documented inside of this PSA?
So in general, Yukon Municipal Authority is a public trust, and it has an indenture that established the public trust. I'm not an expert on that particular agreement. I've read it like twice.
Is it public record?
It is.
And where is that located?
It's kept with the city clerk at City
Is that
Hall.
something we would have to request?
Yeah, you can just send an email and they'll send it over to you.
The only reason I ask is because it is something that would be required in order for this deal to be legal.
Of course, yes.
Okay,
So,
with that being on record.
yes, of course. So the other thing I would add is that the particular land that this PSA concerns is owned by Yukon Municipal Authority.
Yes.
So there were two parcels of land, and Yukon Municipal Authority bought those in or around 2013, 2014 timeframe.
Okay.
So that's why, like you say, hey, why is Yukon Municipal Authority signing this and not Yukon City, the city of Yukon?
No, and that's perfectly
Because
fine.
they
I just
own-
wanted to make sure that that indenture actually did exist. To
If it doesn't
provide
exist,
that
there's
authority.
many more problems than that, because that's your utility. That's basically who runs the trash and water service.
Well,
So
do you know when it was written this specifically, the original?
don't quote me on it, but I want to say the 1950s.
1972, and it's had a
there you
few different amendments.
Great.
And so as long as those amendments still enact and are upholding to that authority, then we should be good.
That's perfect. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for informing me of that.
Heather Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. I just want to say my
that was speculative, just from what I had started. I'm not accusing anyone in particular or in, that is what I have understood from what I'm reading. It is purely speculative. Still shady.
Dylan Leone, you already know my address. I just got to ask, when this contract was drafted up, Brian and Jeff, we're talking about, you guys are talking about you guys want the best for the city. What was the best for the city on this? What was your reasoning?
Can I summarize it for you?
Go ahead.
So the record sales price, first of all, of $85,000 an acre, that's important, but that's a one-time item. The second key economic benefit to the city is the fact that you're going to get franchise tax, and that is essentially, to explain it in a simple way, it's a sales tax on your electricity. You pay it every time you pay your OG&E bill. There's a line there that says franchise tax, and that tax comes to the city. Today, the city collects on the order of around a little shy of $1 million of franchise tax from the 6,000 households. With a 0.5 gigawatt data center, the franchise tax associated with that, on a conservative basis, from a 4 to 6 cents per kilowatt hour, which was way conservative, that was the initial calculation I did, is $8 to $12 million a year. So that's give or take a 30 to 50% increase in the revenue for the city. But at current rates, and with the legislation that was passed in the state legislature this year, essentially all data centers, and it aligns with President Trump's national initiative to get these data center companies to pay their fair share. So now that's state law. And so that number goes up drastically. And when I say that I don't care about a data center, I don't care about a data center. Why do, and you shake your head, but that's fine.
I do.
Let me explain why I don't care about a data center. What I care about is the increase in revenue for the city of Yukon. Yukon is now a landlocked city, okay, on the order of a Bethany or a War Acres, etc. In order to maximize your opportunity as a city, and I appreciate you allowing me to explain this, because we attempted a little bit on a Facebook Live thing, but this is the clearest way I can tell you what my thought process is, and it may be different than yours, and that's okay. But the increase in revenue to the city of Yukon, if you did the back of the envelope math on a 0.5 gigawatt of electricity consumed by this data center, it would result in $16 to $24 million at current electricity rates. That is a 75 to 100% increase on our revenue. What does that do for the city of Yukon? That means everything that you guys think about. Man, I want a new community center. Gosh darn it, I would love to have indoor aquatics for our young people and our seniors.
I want power.
I would like to have an upgrade, a complete, like we're currently doing a big upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant, but I would love to have greater upgrades to those types of infrastructure. The city of Yukon has the opportunity to increase its revenue. The question is, are there ways that you can do this? And there are plenty of communities that haven't done it in a good way, but are there ways that you can do this in a sound way? I think there are.
I disagree with you. Every single community I have researched, this is going from out west all the way to Virginia, every single one of them is miserable. The water's drying up. Somehow their electric bills are going up. Oh, well, that's great that the money's going straight to the city, but what's that got to do with me? What does that have to do with me? What does, when we're paying Oklahoma City for water, are you, I gotta ask this, are you crazy? If we can't, I don't care how much money this brings in, Brian. I don't care if this brings in $160 million or $16. I care about wanting water. I care about wanting power. I want to make sure that I can sleep at night. I want to make sure that this town stays the same for my kids. I plan to have kids in this town. There are plenty of other ways to generate money. more honest ways. And Brian, I don't see how this contract that you and then Jeff have looked over, I don't see how this benefits us. I see that this screws us. And this lady here, she has done your job. So you should be on your knees thanking her. And I'm going to urge every member of the city council to meet with her to get us out of this. And if at the end of the day, if I the taxpayer have to pay for this, so be it. Because we don't want this. This isn't about money. This is about our future. Think about that, Brian. Please resign.
I have a follow-up question about franchise tax fees with House Bill 1374 being signed into law. How do we collect those taxes behind the meter? How are those taxes collected with it being behind the meter?
The data center that's in question will be receiving power from the Cimarron substation, and they'll be receiving a bill from OG&E, and the franchise taxes will be billed on that bill from OG&E.
Has that agreement been signed?
No, it is not.
Because it defines these private operations as non-utilities, House Bill 1374 does not grant them utility privileges, nor does it establish any tax collection mechanism for local governments, which sounds right because that was the response I got from OG&E when I asked them the exact same question. How are franchise tax fees collected?
Mm-hmm. And what did they tell you?
We don't know.
OG&E
we don't know.
Told you they didn't know?
Yeah.
Oh.
There is a new law, but it's House Bill 2992. It was passed as an emergency on May the 5th. And it is stated that these data centers have to be billed separately because the average rate hike to ratepayers in a town is 267%. In other words, if you have a bill of $100, you go up to almost $300. So
you're exactly right, Ms.
Yeah.
Graves. And we talked to Representative Bowles in the Oklahoma State Legislature about, he sponsored that bill, or he wrote the bill, and he's very involved with the Corporation Commission. And that's the bill that makes sure that the data centers are going to pay their fair share.
Mhm.
Are going to basically, they don't get a sweetheart deal anymore. They pay full sticker price.
And they didn't have enough time. I talked to Senator Jack Stewart's office because there's 14 states that now have litigation against data centers. And Oklahoma is one of the 14, and it said that the bill had failed. So I called and talked to his office and talked to him, and they didn't have enough time to process Bill 1488. And what Bill 1488 is to put a moratorium on starting all new data centers. And this will last until November 2029 so that we can figure the smart way to build them. And so they are expected to take this up in the new, when they adjourn again, but they don't really have to. And so it's something that we really need to look at, but that they expect it to pass, maybe. I mean, it's going to be close, but they think that it will pass. And so if their state is agreeing with what I said to begin with, that we're not at the point to really build a data center right now because there's new technology coming up that will make them safer. The Corporation Commission has been put in charge of them, and the Corporation Commission wants 3 years to investigate this on the safe way to build these. So that's just something I also checked out. So
Thank you, Ms. Graves. Mr. Scott.
First off, so
Mr.
everybody
Mr.
knows, on your franchise fees, every one of us pay them.
Mr. Scott, would you mind stating your name and
I'm
address?
sorry. I was just clarifying.
Thank you so much.
Charles Scott, 504 Frisco Ridge Road. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but when it came up with this issue of nuisance in light industrial, I've been working on a fact sheet. It's been a week or so, and there's one particular part of that fact sheet that I will talk briefly about because everybody will get a copy of this because I think it will scare the hell out of you when you get this information. So in this fact sheet, in the particular part I'm going to talk about, is citing over 20 peer-reviewed journal articles. So it's not anecdotal, it's not something off the Facebook, it's not something that you read in the newspaper. It's science-based. That's what I am. I'm a scientist, so that's how I do it. So what are we talking about? We're talking about two different kinds of sound. Low-frequency sound is sound between 20 and 200 hertz. It is the sound that you've heard, data centers, the hum. It is a sound that can permeate walls. It can permeate windows. It can travel up to 2 miles. That is one. The other one is even scarier. That's infrasound. Infrasound is sub-audio, sub-bass. It's less than 20 hertz. You don't hear it, you feel it. If you've ever stood out in Oklahoma and you have we're in a thunderstorm and a tornado warning, you're feeling infrasound. You're feeling vibrations from that. So we know based on studies, and it's cited, that data centers produce both of these sounds. Almost all data centers, but particularly data centers that use exclusively air cooling. And so where does this sound come from? It comes from massive air movement, both supply and venting. It comes from all the machinery tied to HVAC systems, industrial blowers, all the routers and network. And acoustic engineers call this symphony of these low frequency infrasounds harmonic resonance. And so what you get is you get long wavelength sounds. And so I'll just briefly, we talk about nuisance, we talk about water. Wait till I tell you what these sounds will do. Okay, so they can penetrate your walls. This is just brief. I've got a long list in the fact sheet. Anxiety, headaches, auditory issues, ear pain, ear pressure, nausea, raised heart rate, insomnia, stress, impaired cognitive function, impaired performance. So that's a nuisance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Hey, Mr. Scott, may I add on that? You guys have heard the ambulances. The woo woo. That's actually made for deaf people because they can actually feel it instead of hear it. Those are the sounds that he's talking about. That's right.
Who exactly advised the city council to sign this contract?
The legal agreement review was done by our city attorney.
Mr. Reinhardt, who's not here, and today's his last day.
That's correct.
So are we going to try to get our money back for him doing such a terrible job? I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. I think he did the city no favors. He said we had an out. We've had to search and find legal ways to get an out. I think he purposely might have done this to the city, and I think I'm really mad. We're gonna have to hire we're getting a new city attorney, and that attorney's probably gonna have to hire a specialist to get us out of this. And Brian, you specialize in risk management. How could you fall for this? I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm serious. You're a smart guy. How could you fall for this? Is Reinhardt that good? He doesn't need money from this. Is he that good at deceiving? I can't believe that you fell for this. And I'm really concerned, and I think there's something to it. I think the zoning, it didn't pass by a supermajority. So we might not even have a valid contract that got signed. I just hope you guys will immediately, when our new city attorney starts tomorrow, I hope you all are on the phone with him and working to get us out of this, because Beltline deceived us, and it looks like our city attorney might have not done what you all paid him to do, protect the city's interest. And then we've got all these state laws and national laws passing on the data centers and the energy and all this stuff. There's no guarantee. I know Beltline, because I've talked to Ryan Sanders, I know Beltline says they have a contract worked out for 20 years to buy power from OG&E.
Doesn't sound like it from tonight.
It doesn't. And
Because
then
I asked if a contract was signed, and apparently there is no contract between Beltline.
Yeah, I think more particularly, Zach, they're working on that long-term power agreement.
I was told by Ryan Sanders that they had that all worked out,
I-
that
they-
they would pay them for 20 years. Now, he likes to
Yeah,
blow
I
hot
have
air
not,
around.
I have not heard that it's been completed. And we chat with OG&E from time to time. I think I think they'll inform us.
OG&E's
you know.
OG&E's gonna come out just fine in this
I
no
think
matter
that
what.
they'll inform-
But there is no guarantee we get a franchise fee tax. Just because that's the law today, with everything that's moving and changing so fast, and to use that as the only reason to do this, because, Brian, I understand why you did this, why you chose this. It would be a lot of money. It would help the city. And I understand where you're coming from on this. But I just don't think this is the best way to do it, because now with the nationwide hate for data centers and what's going on, there's going to be legislation passed, and OG&E, if they can find a way to get out of paying us money, they'll do it. So that's just the way, that's just corporate America. They're going to do it. So I hope that tomorrow you all start with the attorney and work on how to get us out of this, because it's obvious this isn't good for us and we're being taken advantage of. And then if they can assign this property to whoever, let's say it's Amazon, let's say they decide they don't want it. Well, what if the next person that comes along says, let's dump our nuclear waste here? We won't be able to stop it. We got to get out of this contract.
Thank you, Ms. Burdine.
Marcy Andis, 7401 North Richland Road. I've been surprised how few people know this, and I just found it one day when I was Googling Brian Pillmore. And so I'd like it on the record for all the people at home. I gave it to the news organizations and anybody that doesn't know. You do have a stake in this. You are one of the keynote speakers in New York City, July 21st through the 22nd, on AI, data, and government. Everybody look it up. So, dude,
Ms.
you
Ader,
don't have
just to be clear.
You don't have Yukon's interest at heart. You're not from here. You haven't. I'm not. I've only lived here 40 years, and I don't feel like I'm the people that have been here forever. I would never tell them what they should do with their town. I did not grow up here, but you came here, and you don't have our best interest. If you've gone to Edmond and Oakdale and Deer Creek, and you've come to Yukon, you'll realize we don't really care about money. The richest people in our towns live in small houses. They don't live in grand mansions. We don't need a lot of money. We need a small, tight community that's safe and that continues the history of the rural community that we are. The farming in this community is prior to statehood. The bank that you blew off has been around here prior to statehood. You came in how many few years ago? And literally you have wrangled that guy, Wooten that left. You're a wrangler, man. This is what tells us that this matters to you. We're going to make sure everyone up there knows, if I have to fly up there, that you are being recalled.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Andis. Just for the record, because Ms. Andis raised the speaking engagement that I'm going to in July, I will be going to speak at it's a government and municipality technology conference. I was invited not because of anything related to City of Yukon. I was invited because I've created some artificial intelligence tools, and I write software
Which
for.
Which is why the data center benefits you. Please, I'm going to ask you one thing. When people talk, we don't want to hear your oration. Answer the question, like when they said, who signed it? Answer the question. You went through a long thing to educate us on how that happens. We know that. We were trying to get the point of who signed it. And I agree with her. Stephanie, you're a smart man. You're wrangling this.
Thank you, Ms. Andis.
You need to go back east.
Thank you.
I tried and I couldn't do it.
Mr. Knuckles.
Yes, Craig Knuckles, 1312 Cambridge Drive, Yukon. First of all, I wasn't prepared to speak, and I wasn't going to speak. But after they kind of polled y'all, and at least I think 3 of you indicated you would like to get out of this contract. Whether you're for data centers or against data centers, I think most of us would agree right now it's probably a poorly written contract. It's pretty one-sided. So pretty strange for me. I had an epiphany. But I put together what Jordan said earlier and what Zach just said and she alluded to. It sounds like you would like to find a way to get out of the contract. Again, whether you're for a data center or not, maybe to get a better contract or something like that. So I'm not an attorney. I don't know if this is a way to do it. But Zach, earlier you said when we were talking about Jordan, you said when we were talking about reappointing one of the planning commissions, you said he felt misled, stuff like that. And I think if you look at the tape, it was what was said. Some of the things that said were untrue, and a lot of people would call that a lie and stuff like that. And you were saying something about whether the rezoning was done appropriately and stuff like that, if I caught what you said right. So, again, I'm not an attorney, but if you're looking to get out of it, either to rewrite a better contract or just ditch the data center at all. I'm just going to throw this out there because it just came to me. So, when a motion was made to table it, it was 3-2 against tabling it. But one gentleman said he felt like misled. So, and I think it's pretty obvious by his admission, if you look at the tape, we were misled. That would have been the deciding vote to table it. So if it was done, again, I'm not an attorney, by fraudulent, or what could be deemed fraudulent, would that, and if you would have tabled it, you couldn't have entered into this agreement until it was brought back up. So I'm just throwing it out there. That might be a way to back this thing up and maybe work for all of us. Because if it had been tabled, it couldn't do it. So the fact that the agreement was signed by possibly a rezoning that would not have occurred, I think it's at least worth investigating that contract you signed is invalid because the rezoning was not done properly. So I don't know if I'm right or not, but just by hearing all that kind of stuff, I thought that might be a way to at least back out of it, invalidate the contract, and maybe do a better contract. And even at that meeting, it was said, wouldn't we not be better served to have a right to use than just rezoning? Because we could have more power, more control of the contract. And that didn't gain much traction, but it would give us a chance to go back. If this is correct, we can prove it was invalid, to go back and do it maybe with more knowledge and more intelligence. So it just came to me. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank you, Mr. Knuckles.
Thank you, Mr. Knuckles.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Knuckles, I just wanted to comment on that. I think the only reason a lot of these have this 1972 or 1472, it's been a long day, 1472 and 1479 hasn't been mentioned to an attorney is because they really haven't had one that we can find trust in.
Right.
Tomorrow we've got a new attorney.
Will Pillmore recuse himself from this finding this attorney as well as the city manager?
All I'm saying, the only reason that some of these concerns hasn't been emailed is because we're waiting for the new attorney.
Okay.
All these questions that we have, rest assured, I'm sure several of these sitting council members are going to be firing off emails probably tonight or tomorrow morning.
I already have one drafted.
Okay.
Not to brag.
Thank you,
rest
Jordan.
assured, too.
Thank you.
Well, I was just going to respond here. I appreciate that. I like to say, it was just something came to me, and I thought if at least 3 of you are looking for a possible way out, that's something maybe to get with an attorney, which I'm not. Thank you.
And I agree with the 4 that y'all should work together and find this attorney. I believe that you should recuse yourself from finding this attorney as well as you.
Earlier we hired.
Well, no, I mean in addition.
Okay, I understand.
In addition to that, I would like him to recuse himself from. I think the city would like you to recuse this since you're in favor of this.
Thank you, Mr.
For or
Bratcher.
not. So.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia.
Yes, good evening. Hi, my name is Crystal Garcia, 9209
Please,
Southwest 30th
I'm sorry,
Terrace.
Ms. Garcia. Point of order. Point of order. Please be quiet in the chamber. The person that's at the microphone can speak. We'll give them the floor. Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Hi, thank you. Crystal Garcia, 9209 Southwest 30th Terrace. I am the Community Affairs Manager for the City of Yukon for OG&E. And I know there was a couple of questions that came up regarding OG&E's role. I am not the point of contact for data centers for OG&E. However, I would be happy to take your questions, get those back to our point of contact, and then be able to offer you all an answer. So I know there's a couple of questions, and so if I could go ahead and take those, that would be great.
Yeah, how does the franchise fee tax work under the new House bill?
Okay.
I'd have had a list of questions for you had you known you could have been here.
I can offer you my email, and then you are welcome to email me. Who was that? I'm sorry, I was writing. Councilmember Shriver, I'm happy to offer you my email address. Thank you. And you said behind the meter, right, Councilmember Westfall?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Can you look up specific agreements between, like, say, municipality and OG&E? So if I
OG&E's
wanted-
done this before, right? Do they reference other contracts they have?
That's a great question. There, again, I'm not the point of contact, but what I can probably say with certainty is every contract is different. And so just depending on, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with my voice. Just
It's an
depending on
emotional night.
how, well, I also, it's allergies, but whatever we have available that we are able to share, we can definitely share. But if you do have something specific regarding contracts besides behind the meter, and so that might be maybe the best route is for me to offer you all my email address, and then you can.
That'd be wonderful.
Yes.
Please.
So we will do that. I don't mind giving it to you publicly, or I can.
I'll pass it on to the council
Perfect.
members,
Thank
Ms. Garcia.
you. And then secondly, I know that you all mentioned the franchise fee, and I was here, maybe a month or I don't know when, earlier this year to get that passed so that it'll be on the ballot in August. And so just for clarification, how that works is OG&E collects a 3% franchise fee from all OG&E customers, and we return that to the municipality at 100%. No, OG&E does not keep any of that. The franchise fee is in return for the franchise agreement that we have in place, and we are required by the Oklahoma Constitution to have in place with all of our municipalities. What a franchise agreement allows us, it just allows OG&E 24/7 legal access to our infrastructure for public right-of-ways. That means when, for example, the storms that just came in, we're able to go in and work on our infrastructure to try to restore power as quickly as possible because of our franchise agreement. It allows us to bypass permit processes and things like that that maybe other entities would be held to. So without that, it would just be complicated. And so our agreements are for 25 years, and so Yukon's is up this year for a revote, and it has to be a vote of the public. Per the Oklahoma Constitution, we have to have a franchise agreement in place. And so that is just part of the way that OG&E is set up in the state and has been for over, well, I couldn't give you a date of when it's, but I know we have franchise agreements, records of them for well over 75 years. This is just the way that it is set up. So that's what the franchise fee, it's a reciprocal exchange for allowing us access to our infrastructure and Yukon's right-of-ways. We collect a 3% franchise fee for all of our customers and give that back to you on top of 0.5% of free service that is used to cover a lot of times city lights, maybe a city hall, things like that. And then, just other things, ways that we invest in the city of Yukon and all of our municipalities. And so I am happy to talk more about that, and we'll be talking more about that in the next few weeks with our communities to ensure that they understand what it is, just so that there is no confusion. Regardless of what projects are happening within the city, we would be having a franchise election this year. It has nothing to do with anything else. So just wanted to state that. But if you have questions on our franchise agreement, I'm also happy to meet with you or answer those via email. My cell phone is also public to find, and so you can reach me via cell.
Really?
Are there any other questions that maybe you all wanted to go ahead and state publicly that you would like for me to get back to you on? Otherwise, I'll just wait for your emails.
Ma'am, I really appreciate the information, but my problem is for the people, by the people, for the people, by the people. That means I'm going to do what the people want. And right now, they don't want it. And it's
The-
great that you're telling me all this about making money, but my people don't want it. And I
I'm sorry.
appreciate it.
Yeah, so.
You don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, we're talking about data centers.
Are you referring to the income that you all receive from the franchise fee?
Data centers we don't want. I don't
Okay.
care what you add to it, ma'am. These people don't want it. And they put me in this office because they don't want it. And there's people on this council that signed up for it. And I'm sorry to my people that these folks did it, and we're going to stop it. I'm going to do the best I can to stop it.
And that is with the city of Yukon and the council to take on. OG&E isn't involved
Thank you.
in what happens up there. What we control is the utility, and
Thank
that's
you.
where we
I
try
appreciate it. Thank you.
to kind of stay within the lane, so. OG&E, yes,
I got a question.
sure.
When the wind blows here in Yukon, y'all know where I'm going?
Yeah, Mr. Bratcher, the discussion.
I'm asking her, so if you don't mind. Okay? For decorum, okay? You interrupt me all the time and all these people, so just for decorum's sake, I'm talking to her.
I can give you my cell phone number.
Well, what I'm asking is, when was the latest upgrades done on the Highway 4 substation?
Sir,
I don't have that right off, I have to get
Mr.
back.
Bratcher.
Sit down.
Here, I'll give you
Sit
my
down.
number.
Sit down.
Okay. Is there any other comments that anyone would like to make on item 12, which relates to the purchase and sale agreement between Yukon Municipal Authority and BLE Land Holdings?
I would, actually. If y'all vote no on this, just hold off. Let's talk to the attorney and find someone else,
There is no action on this,
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you
Mayor.
so much, Mr. Bratcher. At this time, we'll move on to item number 13. We'll have discussion regarding the previously approved real estate purchase contracts for property located at 1309 South Holly, Yukon, Oklahoma, and 1315 Holly Avenue, Yukon, Oklahoma, including questions related to the contracts and the transactions. I will now open the discussion.
Well, I'd like to know what attorney approved this contract. Is that a fair enough question? Okay. Does anybody know what attorney approved the contract? Okay.
Mr. City Manager, can you chime in on that?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Sorry, why isn't Mr. Reinhardt here tonight? This is his last day.
It's his last night. He decided not to come.
I'm sorry, he decided not to come?
Does he get paid? Does he get paid for tonight? I hope he doesn't. Oh, man. This is
Who approved him staying home tonight? Was he given permission? Did he ask?
No, nobody approves that. That's his choice. And he doesn't work for me as the city. He works for you guys as the council.
Well, that's what I requested that he attend tonight.
Okay, I have nothing to do with that. You'll just have to take that up with Mr. Reinhardt.
Amy Walters. As far as throwing Reinhardt under the bus, I understand a city attorney just advises the council. Somebody who had to have brought things to his feet. So as far as purchases, contracts, isn't the information given to and presented to him and then he looks over it? I don't think he went out and started finding property that was bad for us to buy.
The city council approved the property
They
purchase.
brought that to his feet.
City
So I-
council
right.
approved it, and then the city staff began to work on it and to evaluate it, and then when it was at the right point, then it was presented to the city attorney to review the legal agreement.
Right, I'm just thinking to throw him under 100%, I don't think it's all 100% him, but anyway.
Well, I apologize.
prior-
Was not throwing him under the bus. I was answering Jordan's question.
Okay, well, at a prior council meeting, I spoke up on behalf of all of our city workers. And to jeopardize their health, to put them in a building that is unsafe, if it has mold, asbestos, whatever, if that building is not safe for our people to work in, what are we doing putting them there? The people that signed off I think they should be responsible if there are health issues. I mean, who buys anything that is not safe to live in, to work in?
I think the safety questions, I'm not sure, Ms. Walters, if you received a copy. I think it was it in the last packet?
I just
or
read
was
that,
it-
the Yukon Progress, and it just said mold,
Yeah.
asbestos. I just trust
There's a
my paper.
detailed report. I'd be happy to send you a copy of it if you'd like. I think the council members got it. I can't remember if we got it in the last packet.
What's that?
The
mold and asbestos study?
I just know.
No, I had to request that, in which case Mr. Decker did give it to me. And then the following day when I called and asked it to be published, I learned, did we close on that Holly building?
Yeah.
What day did that happen?
And who does that? And who pays 100% of closing costs? Who even does that?
I think to be clear, the city council approved the purchase. So the question is, who does it? Well, it was a 4-1 vote, and it happened 2 meetings ago. So at the end of the day, no decision of any significance or consequence gets made by any one person in this city.
Right.
And no decision of significance or consequence gets done outside of a city council meeting. So those decisions are right here. They're in front of the public. And that's exactly what happened 2 meetings ago.
Okay.
Right?
I just can't, I've never heard of anybody paying 100% of closing costs, but tax dollars, we work hard. And it's like our money gets doled out, some of this, some of that, but I don't think you realize how hard people work for their money. There are people living on a shoestring in this community. Water rates can be raised at a drop of a hat. An administrative fee for $2 each month to get a water bill. I mean, just little things. It's easy. All I can say is it's easy, real easy to give away somebody else's money. I wish it was managed like I manage my own budget at my house.
Thank you, Ms. Walters.
Could y'all share with us who wrote and put together the contract for the Holly Properties, please?
Was it drafted by Roger or by the seller's attorney?
The seller's attorney.
The seller's attorney, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, is the seller's attorney also an owner in the LLC of the building that was sold?
They were at one time. Gabe Bass wrote the contract.
And they might own the LLC that sold that owned that building that you all bought.
I looked up the LC and Bass is the one that redeemed.
If you'd like if you'd like to speak to the council,
So I'm just saying that I don't think there was really any due diligence done on that contract. And I mean, with that money, the land, we could have had a nice new building. And I don't know. I mean, it's too late now. I think it got signed off on before city council members even got to see some of the reports. So I just don't think you all, once again, you did something else that wasn't a good look at all.
I was the one that addressed this council about the asbestos and the mold in it. One of you had asked me to kind of interpret the environmentals, but they weren't released until after you had already closed. And I checked with the county. You were the one that sold. You're the one that signed both of those closings. It hasn't been online yet, but I think that what people are so angry about is I think it was a total lack of respect to not let all of the council members know that you were going to sign, that you held things back, and I went through all 600 pages of it. I looked at every single page of that, and there is some asbestos. There's some in the walls, there's some in the floor, I had given a number for the Senator Stewart, had researched it, and he had DEQ call me, And I had given the number to a few council members, and we need to find out from this guy, and I can give anybody else his number, what we need to do to remediate it. What he was more upset about than anything, because I've talked to him, is the way that the asbestos was disposed of. He went all the way back to 2001 when I was involved in this building, and nothing had been remediated, but now it's been earmarked. So whenever you do move any walls or anything like that, you're going to have to send this through the DEQ.
Yeah.
And for the inspections and the appraisals, and there's 3 properties. There's not 2 properties. There's 3 properties. Did you all know that?
Mm-hmm.
And then they sold for, and I had thought it was 1.5 million, but it's 1.2 because the lot appraised for 329,000. But we sold these properties for 1.2 million more than they appraised for in April. So I just don't, I can't get my mind wrapped around that, but I do realize that maybe that's a good location, and I've run a manufacturing plant before, and I know what it's like to have multiple locations. And this doesn't bring any sales tax in, so maybe the downtown area will. But I'm really surprised the lack of respect, Jeff, that you showed for going in and signing those contracts and not talking to all the council members, not letting them know what you're doing.
To be clear, so there were 3 agenda items. This was in the meeting that was that 2 meetings ago or 3 meetings? 3 meetings ago. And all 3 of those items were, the 2 of them were one purchase contract, the other purchase contract, and then the third one was the council directing the city staff to complete the inspections and to close on the property. And so the council voted on that. Now, should all council members see the inspection reports? Absolutely. I think that they were sent out to everybody, but
Nope.
No,
No, they weren't.
and I was a no vote anyway.
I think that that's really critical that council members are informed at every step of the process. But
I just think it shows, I think this contributes to the feeling people have that they're being overlooked, and that the city council, and I've noticed that I have that industrial building, I just released it, and they couldn't even handle a simple utility transfer. They kept my deposit, they didn't put it in the name of the new tenant. It just seems like we've had a revolving door of city managers, and everything's chaotic over there. Roger Reinhardt did ask me to contact a Mr. Rice. I tried to contact him before I spoke last time. He never bothers to call you back. I did same thing with Damien. And so I think that we're showing a lack of respect for how we have to have better communication, because if you don't have communication, then you have hard feelings. So, but I was just kind of appalled. And then it has asbestos. How do you get a report and have 600 pages of all this stuff and then go close the next day? Why don't you just look at it and see, or talk to somebody and see if there's any danger there? And there's some in the walls in 4 of those suites. I've looked at every single one of those pages. So I just think that there has to be a coming together again. This is terrible, what's going on.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
Yeah.
Mr. Deckard, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In regards to several citizen concerns that have been brought up, can you give me a timeline of the things that have happened since the council, understanding that they authorize you to execute the contract?
Sure.
As well as do the due diligence.
Sure.
What was that timeline between the time the council voted to authorize you to do such thing and before we closed on that property?
It was, well, I don't know, very good time. I'm not a very good timeline guy, but basically 2 weeks, let's say, that
2
did
weeks?
maybe 3. I don't remember the exact dates. Okay. Nick is back there. If he's the one who handled the situation as, you know, the contract and the negotiation with the other tenant or the seller's attorney. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not very good.
And can you also go in and explain? So there's been the thing brought up where we paid a 30-ish%. I don't, forgive me on the percentage.
Sure.
But we paid significantly more than the appraised value.
Sure.
Why?
Well, we approached them, and so in the process, the first step that we had talked about with the seller was whether they would entertain a trade in properties, with the property up here and that property there. The initial discussion was yes, before there was any negotiating or so forth. As we progressed through this, the seller decided that was not, he didn't want to do that with the municipality, with all of the regulations with the municipality. So we switched into a negotiation of the purchase of the property. There are two owners. There are three properties. There's the larger building, there's a smaller building, and then there's a vacant lot. The larger building and the vacant lot was owned by the same seller. The dentist office, or the smaller building, was owned by a separate one. So we contacted both the seller of the big one and the empty lot, and then we contacted the dentist, and we started the process of negotiating and seeing what it would look like, and meeting with them and looking at the buildings and going in and looking at ourselves. And we had the city staff go and look, the inspectors go and look. And in that process is when we contacted, at the time, the city council, and they expressed interest in proceeding. And so we proceeded through to where we got, as the mayor said, 3 meetings ago or whatever. And as soon as they say that we are, you know, you guys give us the okay to go do or enact, we go enact, and we are, we go do that. I am the bureaucrat in this deal. I'm not making excuses. That's what I don't do anything without the direction of the council. And so I suggest things to them, to you guys. I bring them to you guys. And then you guys decide on whether you guys want to proceed or not. I don't make any decisions of myself. I don't do any of that. And then internally, what we do is I assign those to different people, because we have, this is not in a vacuum. In a sense, it's not the first and only thing that we're doing. So we assign, and they do the negotiating and so forth, and then they bring it to us. We go over it, and then we always have the attorneys always look at it before, prior to, and during that that before we enact. And what I mean by enact is bring it to you guys. And then as soon as you guys give us the okay, then
you don't care what we think?
Oh yeah, no, it's everything. Excuse me, everything what you think.
I'm not seeing that.
What was the? What was the total price paid for the two buildings combined?
4.5. I think it's 4.55.
Thank you, City Manager. Sir.
John Barnett, 709 South 8th. First thing, I understand where Jeff's coming from, because Mayor, you said we told him to have it inspected and buy it. Somewhere in between those two, you guys should see, especially if it said asbestos or mold. I've been in the environmental business for 40 years now. Done a ton of contracts and all that kind of stuff. The minute you see the word asbestos or any other kind of hazardous materials, somebody needs to make a decision. Okay, what's this going to take to get it cleared up, and what it's going to, can we afford it? Does it make the building worthwhile? Obviously, that didn't happen. But what I want to say is I've sat here all night long, and I listened to Well, I didn't make that decision, the board made that decision. Well, hell, every one of you were on the board. And if you signed it, I guarantee you, you take responsibility. It was you. Yeah, you might have signed it for them, but if you really didn't think it was right, you would have said, okay, I'm not gonna sign this. I mean, you've gotta have some personal character that says, I'll do what's right or I won't do what's right. And I've heard that all night long is, well, wasn't us, it was the board. What the hell? You are the board. You need to stand up once in a while and say, yeah, I did it. We made a mistake. That's about all I've got to say. Is it's been kind of a boring evening otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Clarification on Zach and explanations. Did I hear that the sellers did not want to proceed and deal with the municipality? Did I hear that correctly?
In the trade of we were talking about the trade of those buildings with the municipal buildings up here.
Okay.
That's what started.
Okay.
It started all about.
They didn't want to deal with the municipality to purchase.
When you sell, so the challenge with selling a municipal building is it's quite a drawn out process because you first have, I'm probably going to get the order wrong if the city attorney was here, they'd actually tell me the order, but you have to mark it.
One more time we need him.
You have to mark it as surplus property. You have to appraise it. You have to, there's, I think, a hearing. But there's basically like 5 steps.
Okay.
And so it's more than like Ms. Graves executing
Right.
a contract with.
That was, my question was, I wanted to make sure clarification. You were not talking about, they didn't want you to purchase that property as a municipality.
Oh, correct. No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
That was where I
Yes,
needed
ma'am.
clarification on, because a municipality is why cities have to have a 501c set up to do purchases and spend money. And when I just heard that, and that's why I wanted clarification.
They were worried about the complication of
But that
a
makes-
sale and a purchase and a trade.
That makes sense now, but I didn't, I needed clarification. Thank you.
So one thing I'm kind of hearing about this property is that there's mold and asbestos. Now, I can say a lot of things about myself. I'm not handsome. I don't speak very well. I can say one thing, though, is I'm very handy. When you're dealing with mold and asbestos, there's a lot of tender love and care that tends to happen whenever you're having to deal with said mold and asbestos. And getting rid of trying to renovate a house or trying to fix something inside of said house with any of those materials is it's going to get expensive. So I kind of want to know what was the review process whenever we went through this contract? What was kind of the mindset here? Just we were immediately going to buy this property?
No, sir. We went through it, made sure that everything was in line. We talked to the attorney. Mr. Rice is back there who handled the details of that. He's more than welcome to speak to that. But it was the process that we normally do in all aspects of details.
So one thing I can sit here and say is that this is a terrible deal. I mean, wow. We paid 100% of the closing costs, and we overpaid by 20%. I mean, if I, yep, and if I did this when I bought my house, my wife would have killed me. If I would have gone in with the exact same mindset of the contract and everything that led to us closing on this property, and I would have turned it over into my situation, yeah, for sure, my wife would have been pretty upset with me. So, yeah, yeah, but my point with this is that this is what were we thinking on this again? This was we really lost ourselves on this, and I don't really understand the if this why we decided this building. It has to be this asbestos, mold, trash heap that we're calling a building. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Hi, Natasha Fryhover, 407 Teakwood Avenue. First, I just wanted to say I really do appreciate your proficiency in Robert's Rules of Order. As a poli-sci graduate myself who specialized in civil rights and liberties, I'm a big fan. That being said, I do kind of see a sort of common theme regarding these contracts where it's the end of the fiscal year and we have, new council members, you're now our vice mayor, things have been changed around, we have a new city attorney, and so, but I mean, in accordance to the Open Meetings Act, Robert's rules, and all the civic regulations that we, rule ourselves by, nothing technically improper has happened here, right? But I do believe that, from what I've heard from everybody here, this is rather a question of morals and what we believe is fair, what we believe is right, where, we don't have the former city attorney here who helped counsel these decisions that we're now discussing. That person's not here. We don't have the people who can answer these questions, and so we have city council members who are asking questions to the city manager that, and I can't blame you guys for not knowing, because things have been changed around, right? But
I've got it. I'm trying.
yeah, no, I get you. Listen, they're not easy. I'm just a nerd and I love Robert's rules. But, and I understand it's a learning process. Running a city isn't easy. Nobody said it was. That being said, what exactly, how do we proceed with this where we have, these contracts where the people who are now proceeding here, we have quite a few people that are like, oh yeah, I'm not against this, I don't like that there is asbestos here. I don't like that the contracts were written in these ways. And we have these new people that are now our city council, but we're still going by, rightfully so, the previous rulings that we've gone by. This was already voted on 4-1. This is already passed. This is just a discussion on it. We're not technically, as far as I'm aware, in our agenda voting on anything in particular. We're just discussing it. Am I right?
You are correct. Mm-hmm. You are correct, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. So then, I guess my question here today is, what exactly is our game plan? Because I feel like we're going to keep, at least in this meeting, we're going to keep having these issues where people are unhappy with the things that people, like these decisions have already been made, these have already been ruled upon, and the people who know best about it aren't here anymore. I guess that's my question. And anybody can answer that.
I think most of the folks out there want change. I'm going to tell you what they want. What these folks up here want, I don't know. All I know is I've been called in and I've been asked to help set the pace of getting the people what they want. That's all I'd like to see, is giving the people what they want. If we give them what they want, I wouldn't have 250 people out there. 4 years or 5 years, they only had about 4 or 5. So I must have been doing something right. But it's okay. There's always going to be a disconnect between people. But I respect those folks out here because they care, and I'm going to try to do what they want me to do.
I'm finally used this excuse, and I can use it exactly once. This is my first day. But one of the things that I asked myself what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be when I was appointed was, if you look at it, it says at large. So that means the entire city. So it's not just Ward 3 where I live or any of the other wards in particular, it's all wards. And so my first, talk about going forward, the first thing, the underlying backbone is to listen to people. And then what does that take for next step? That's step 1. It's just step 1. Step 2 is the one thing that I can promise that I will do as I research everything that comes before me to make the best decision I possibly can. Maybe I get it wrong sometimes. Maybe I will get it wrong, but that's my promise to everyone still going forward, is my policy is to be the most informed person I can possibly be to make the best decision I possibly can for everyone in Yukon.
Anyone else?
I'd like to comment on it. I think maybe it was Mr. Scott's advice to admit when we made a mistake. I made a mistake on the City Hall deal, on this Holly deal. I'll tell you how that happened. I was working from a place of good faith. I had no idea. I had no idea that we would order a study for asbestos and mold and then not even have a discussion about what was said in it. We could be having that discussion right now, talking about asbestos and grout. Every home before 1982 has asbestos popcorn ceilings. Is that a reason not to buy a house? No, but we can't even talk about it. And that's what I'm angry about. I am so incredibly disappointed that I have shown such intent that I was texting you weeks before taking office showing interest. Did you just think I wouldn't care? I wouldn't want to know that we closed on the property? You talked to me within an hour of signing that paperwork. I asked you to publish the results so the people could see it. You never mentioned to me it was already done. Until tonight.
Follow up?
Go ahead, ma'am.
So that brings another question. What does this say? What does the city council who is, for a lack of better terms, seems to be in a bit of disarray, not communicating with one another, what does that say for our city? If you guys aren't meeting, aren't talking, aren't making decisions, aren't communicating about former deals that are going into effect in future meetings, what does that say for us?
I think there's always opportunity for improvement on communication. One of the interesting challenges within Oklahoma City government, and I think it's a good thing that we have the Open Meetings Act. But this, you mentioned earlier, like, hey, are you getting together and talking about it? No. The short answer is no. As a council, we assemble here, every 2 to 4 weeks, depending on the month, and that's the time we talk about it. And with members of the public and amongst ourselves. And there's, some informative emails, and I agree with Councilmember Westfall. It's really critical that we get the information to the council members. I think anytime you've asked me for something, Councilmember Westfall,
Yeah.
I have committed to give you as direct of an answer, and any document that I have asked for before, and I've said it to every council member. You guys are council members. You need to be informed when we make decisions. Is it hard? Yeah, because there's time constraints and so on, but we need to be informed, and any information that you need to make a decision is a piece of information that you're entitled to.
You are a proficient politician through and through. That was a good answer. I mean that in the truth, in all truth of truths. That was a good answer. That was a thorough answer. All I've got to say, you're doing everything right in accordance to the Open Meetings Act. You're doing everything right in accordance to Robert's rules. But that's the issue with the Open Meetings Act. It isn't foolproof. It doesn't have requirements for, technically, we don't have to have visitors speaking at all in accordance to the Open Meetings Act. There's barely any regulations or requirements for having virtual access. Technically, all you need to do is to change the date of a meeting is just to post it on right outside the sign there. That's it. And so what I'm saying is you can't just go by Open Meetings Act. You do have to meet regularly outside of here in order for the change to actually happen. That's why this is so dysregulated. So what are we gonna do?
I think last week is a really good example of what this council is capable of. When we collaborate, we put our minds together, we make the decisions that have to be made. It's not a want to, it's a have to. And if we don't do it, they don't get done. This council demonstrated that last week. I am very proud of what we accomplished. You have a full sitting council in front of you right now to be here to answer your questions.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just got a couple questions. With pertaining to the purchase of the mold and asbestos. You said you were just a bureaucrat, Mr. Decker, correct? Who gave you the authority to close on that property? Who gave you the authority to close on that property?
The city council.
City council did, but you're just a bureaucrat, right?
I do what they tell me to do.
Okay. And when exactly was the due diligence done? I know you guys were talking about due diligence. When was that done?
Well, it has been done from when we started, and then when they okayed and voted to us to give us the opinion or give us the ability to do that, that's when we started.
Okay.
Well, that's when we finished, but the due diligence was done during the whole purchase.
Mm-hmm. And you just overlooked the 5 or 6 red flags in that contract? That's
Sorry,
just a comment.
Jeff,
That's just a comment. You overlooked the 5 or 6 red flags in that contract. Okay. Just a couple more questions and I'll be done, and hopefully we can close this out. When will these buildings be? Are they ready to be moved in right now? Are we able to put employees in there right now? Council, or is that deferred to the city?
Yeah, it was covered in a prior council meeting, but there's existing leases from multiple tenants in the larger building.
Mm-hmm.
There's multiple leases. They have different termination dates. Nick Rice has this detailed schedule there. And then on the smaller building, I believe Nick Rice, when he updated us, he told us, this is like 3 or 4 council meetings ago, I think he said that that's operated as a dentist's office, and I think that dentist is ready to move or is in the process of moving. So that one's likely sooner, and then the other one is a phased approach, and then configurate. I think what the city manager and Nick Rice said is configuration and making sure it's the right setup for the different departments that'll be located.
Okay. And as far as the remediation, what's this going to cost us taxpayers to remediate these buildings? I'm assuming that you guys have got figures how much it's going to cost to. Are you going to? Because let's turn the page now and be transparent. How much is it going to cost? Are we going to bulldoze them down and rebuild? Are we going to just not remediate anything and leave it undisturbed? And if we are, if we're not going to leave them, if we're going to leave them undisturbed, would you let your? And this is a vote. I'm going to ask each one of y'all. Would you let your spouse and children work inside that building with the mold and asbestos as it is now?
I sure would have liked to have had a discussion about that study to find out.
You didn't get that, correct?
Correct. I'd asked for it.
Okay. And who did not provide you that study?
That would be the city manager,
Okay. For the record, that would be Mr. Deckard, right?
Mr. Deckard. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Caccini, would you, would you have any spouse, anything living or working there? Okay.
That's why I voted no if you're.
I recognize that.
I'm a little bit nerdy, so non-friable asbestos doesn't bother me.
Okay.
So it's non-friable means it doesn't go airborne if it's undisturbed. Friable asbestos, I would have deep concern with, Mr. Bratcher. This non-friable that's in a floor tile or a grout that's undisturbed doesn't bother me. And then the mold, certainly we need to remediate, but that's a lot less intensive than remediation of asbestos, especially friable asbestos. So I think,
so are we remediating?
Jeff, is Nick in the midst of remediation on the mold piece? Hey, Nick, can you update us on the mold remediation?
Yeah, because that's.
Sorry, Mr. Bratcher, for a little interjection here.
Yes, we're in the middle of remedying the mold. It's pretty much just a deep clean in the basement. None of the mold or anything is in anything porous, so it's going in there and getting it all cleaned, and then putting a coating on it, paint if you will, that prevents mold from growing anymore or continuing on. And then in the other building, there was they take the samples from an outdoor sample and then an indoor sample and then compare them. In the other building, there's some HVAC filters that weren't on, and so that was one of the recommendations, is to kind of do a deep cleaning in that building and then get the filters and the HVAC addressed. And we have addressed the HVAC, rather the seller of that building addressed the HVAC and got that fixed before closing. And so we're in the middle of getting the filters and everything else and getting all of that addressed. So,
thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Rice.
So we're not tearing the buildings down. Is that correct for the record? We're not bulldozing the buildings?
That is not the plan.
Okay. So we're going to leave the flat top roof? We're leaving the roof flat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
That's the plan.
Okay. And how much have we spent to date on this? How much have we spent roughly on this to date? On this, I know we've purchased it, but on the remediation?
Nothing to date.
The seller's done all of it?
Yeah, nothing to date.
Okay, so the seller, okay. So the city hadn't done anything?
The staff went over, well, Nick and staff went over and looked to see about the mold and the asbestos. We have not done any work in it at all.
The city staff did?
The seller, like he said, remediated the air conditioner on the dentist office prior to closing.
Okay, okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, thank you.
I'm with Jordan on this. I wish we would have known 100%.
Yeah.
I also stand with Brian on the asbestos. I'm really not concerned with disturb. If you like Jordan said, if we have popcorn ceilings in the 70s and 80s, you have the same asbestos in your home.
Okay.
The mold is a concern. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, and that has been published for everyone to see the asbestos and mold and the levels from an environmental standpoint? It has been published?
The environmental, it has been published, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And then again, for you, would you let your spouse, children, or any relatives work in that building as it is?
As it is?
Yeah.
So taking a longer explanation, I actually have read both the asbestos and the mold report already. And it would have been nice, I'll just say that it had been released before a determination had been made. If that asbestos was friable and out there and an absolute danger, absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Before my question that I was, it's non-friable, but you're not planning on doing any remodeling? Is that what? Because once that's in the air, then you have to do that remediation.
Yeah, Ms. Archibald, I think, you're probably very familiar with different kinds of remodeling. So we'll let the city staff ensure that they don't disturb the non-friable, for instance, non-friable asbestos that's in a floor tile. If you don't demolish that floor tile, it stays put. And in fact, that's actually, I think, Mr. Castle, in the report, did you read that very recommendation?
I did read that recommendation. I also read a line in there that was my biggest concern, which is that there was potentially asbestos that had not, a wall potentially been put over it. And so could not have been investigated at that time. So that was my primary concern when I'd read the asbestos report, is the unknown of what had been behind a wall.
Yeah, that's a good point. And something that should be looked into further.
Which leads to my next question. I don't understand what the rush was to purchase this building. Why did we have to rush as soon as there was, some of you, not all of you apparently, heard the word asbestos or mold? Stop. Don't go to the meeting the next night and raise your hand and let's go for it. I don't understand it. Why didn't we have a qualified, licensed, knowledgeable real estate agent work on our behalf instead of the city manager working as the real estate agent for the city? Because that's what he said he was when I asked last time. He worked as our real estate agent. He doesn't have that knowledge. Maybe we wouldn't have gotten screwed so bad in this contract if you would have slowed down and done your due diligence. And if you understand, that's why we are all so frustrated, because you're not doing your due diligence, you're not listening to the people. I don't understand. I truly don't understand where the mindset is. What was the process, the thought process that said we have to go forward rather than stop and put the brakes on? I mean, it's a question.
I don't have an answer for you, Ms. Archibald.
You were part of the thought process. You were the vote. Why did you think, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah, I can tell you why I said yes to the vote to purchase a city building where all of our city employees that work in offices every day would be in the same building. The reason I voted for that specific thing is that the lack of control historically within our municipality has come about by distributed teams around the whole city.
That's nice deflection. I'm gonna interrupt you. The question was, the minute you heard asbestos and mold.
We didn't have a meeting after that, ma'am.
You closed.
I didn't close it. The city manager did. The city.
So when did you, okay, then my question is, when did you learn, had you already decided we're gonna buy this building and then you learned about the asbestos and mold? And if that's the case, why isn't he in trouble? Because somebody knew before you guys said, buy this building, somebody knew there was asbestos and mold in that building and decided to spend $5 million of our money. I don't understand. Where's the explanation?
I don't have an explanation for you, ma'am.
And that's why there's the frustration with the city, with this council, sir.
Thank you.
I would just like to ask Jeff, he says he's a bureaucrat. He says that you gave him the authority to close on it. Did any of you give him the authority to close on it before there was even 24 hours after you received the environmental?
Three meetings ago. We can just go back to the minutes. The
But
city
that was
coun-
before. That was before you knew that there definitely was. And I've got floor plans and diagrams where tenants are in 4 suites.
I
over
can
there.
go back to the agenda item and read it on what it says.
But I'm not interested in 3 weeks ago. I'm interested in what happened when it was confirmed that there was asbestos and black mold in there, and you had the reports. Could you not wait 4 or 5 days to talk to each other? And then you're saying that they directed you to close. Did one of them tell you to go ahead and close, or did you just do that on your own?
They gave the authority to close at that meeting.
Well, that's before you knew there was asbestos and mold in there. I think this is what's really upsetting the people. And I think that the new people that sit on the council, I mean, I think you're concerned too, that you weren't even given the information. And then you find out that it's closed, and there's 24 hours before you ran down and closed it. You had till the 30th before that $100,000 penalty was going to kick in, but you went ahead and closed it on the 18th. Well, why did you do that? Why did you make the decision to do that?
I'm sorry, was it, yeah, why did I close it on the 18th?
Why did you close it right away within 24 hours of getting the inspection?
When we get the order or the vote, we work in an efficient, effective manner, and that's when the date.
It's not efficient when you don't even talk to your councilman. You said that you're directed by them. You should have talked to all these councilmen. And how long does it take to make a phone call?
1 second. We're gonna take
anyway, that's my.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're gonna take a 2-minute bio break. All right, we're going to return from recess here. We're still on item 13. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment on this item?
Mary West, Yukon. Okay, so I remember when I came to my first meeting just a couple times ago, and it was with this issue with the building. And I have to say, Mr. Pillmore, my experience of you for my first time was, why is he rushing this? And then my other issue was, and it that much overpriced? Who's getting that money? I mean, I'm just, somebody got a cut. And this, it seems like, I'm sorry, but it seems like you're trying to make our city go bankrupt. I just moved here, but that's what it seems like, and that's pretty scary. So you know what? If you're into AI and data and all, and technology, I've worked for a lot of corporations, and I'm just saying, okay, if you have all these transitions going on, I mean, I don't even know who all these people are yet. I don't, but I'm learning. I want to say Jordan, I do say I can really tell you're trying. And I say that your mistake was because I'll give you grace in that your inexperience didn't make you stand up for maybe something you knew you needed to do. So lesson learned, I hope, because we can't afford another one like this, literally in money or for any other reason. Mr. Caccini, thank you for really representing the people consistently. I don't really know much about you, Mr. Adam, but Zach, I'm super impressed already that you really seem to care. But Brian, you are the leader, and leadership takes listening. And you have been railroading over the people, in my opinion. You're just railroading over them. You can't be so into procedure that you don't stop and listen and get the heart of people, the heart. The first time I met you was in this town, and you dismissed me. And I even said I was brand new, and you were just off and running. That's not very good politics, and I remember that. I don't hate you for that or anything like that, but I remember it. You're always being observed when you're in a role of leadership. This is not leadership, what's happening. This is chaos. So I'm a problem solver. So why don't you get somebody part-time? It could be just for these meetings that takes the notes, and they're in Google Docs. And you have everything documented. Anything that gets done, Google Docs, or something like that, where everything is documented. Who signed it, what date, what time, what the issue was. So we don't have I don't know who did it. That person's gone now. It'll always be there. What's the cloud for? You're going to speak at a conference. Leadership, everybody. Think about how you can have a system that everybody can go to that is electronic but also printed, because our grid is going to go down if we get a data center.
Major Roberson, we will take a recess for a few minutes. Okay, sorry, there was a little issue here in the council chambers, little burning smell from probably some dust in the air filter and so on. The
Hopefully it's not asbestos.
heater got accidentally turned on.
Let's go. Let's keep going, folks.
Ms. Bratcher, please.
Okay, yes, Heather Bratcher. I did have a couple of questions here, sorry, I'm trying to read this here. So are we going to be able to commit to zero disturbance of the flooring or drilling, no renovations, no cable work, nothing that's going to be disturbing the ceilings, walls, or floors, and anything that we're going to be doing when we move into this building or use it?
That's what was said, ma'am, and I've already talked to DEQ. They told me if anybody does anything over there, they'll be in violation of law, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, and to be clear and for the record, the council approved millions of spending without anyone really knowing what's going on or being able to answer basic questions about the asbestos in the building. Is that accurate? Just, is that,
At the end of the day, that's the way it boiled down to.
okay, all right, thank you.
Hello, my name's Scott Spengler. I live at 3210 Quill Run Road, Canadian County. I also own a building here, down here on Main Street. Been in this community running a business for over 25 years. I don't know if anybody checked the records of when that building was remodeled last, but somebody knew there was asbestos there. Now, you guys may have not known it, you may have not known it, and you may have not known it, but that previous owner did. Because I've walked through that building before. They remodeled it within 5 to 8 years ago. So there should be records, through our, community development of, some kind of inspections on that building. The city of Yukon, they're real diligent about getting their inspections done on roofs, HVAC, electrical, plumbing. They do all that, and they should. Because I've seen some pretty sloppy work in the world. That's why we have inspections. And so, as a city, we dropped the ball. Now, you may have not known about it, and but you're a leader on this. If you had any doubt, you should have been stopping. I understand you were just on the board, but if you had any doubt, you're on the board. You're you're out here protecting us all. Any one of you should have been doing that. If I go out and do something wrong, it's on me. If my guys go out and do something wrong, it's on me. It falls on me to protect my customers and their homes. It fell on all of y'all, the ones that were here and didn't vote no. It fell on all of y'all to go out and protect our interest, and y'all didn't do that. And you let us all down. I don't care if you want to pass the buck that he said for me to do it, I told him to do it, or he just did it because he was told to do it. That's just an excuse. We did not protect us at all. And I feel like, you guys let us all down. But that former owner should be held liable. If you guys had hired a professional real estate agent and they'd have helped you run this deal, they would have had to put a disclosure that there was asbestos in that building. And that's how real estate goes, because you cannot sell a house, building, anything like that without a disclosure. If it comes up that you knew about it and there was not a disclosure, you are held liable. And they should be held liable. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Me again, sorry. Just come to mind, thinking about the contracts and everyone that did have to sign them. I am a buyer by nature. That is what I do for a living. I sign purchasing contracts every day. The company that I work for, if I sign that purchasing document, I'm responsible for it. If it's over my signature authority, I have to get approval. If I don't, it has to be reviewed. I just cannot believe the breakdown of communication on signatures. Well, they told me to. Well, they told me to. She and he said, I'd be fired. Maybe others should.
Thank you all for being here and being able to listen to us. My name is Ken Perkins. I live here in Yukon. My question is about water. And it goes for the data center that may or may not happen and other things. But is there any legislation that y'all in the Yukon Council and at the state level and up to the federal level, is there any type of thought or legislation about?
Mr. Perkins, I hate to interrupt you here. I appreciate your question. Unfortunately, we're on item 13, which specifically deals with this particular real estate contract having to do with the City Hall building. Yeah. So we could easily take your question separately if you would submit it to us, and we'll get you an answer from all the council.
So you're not willing to answer the question?
I'm actually not allowed under the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act.
You're not allowed to answer.
I wish I could. And quite frankly, I mean, I know it's getting late, but if you stay afterwards, I'll answer any question you ask me.
So you're saying you're not allowed to answer the question
illegal.
on the record. You're saying you're not allowed to answer the question about the
We
water.
have a lot of frequent flyers here. A lot of them don't even like me, and they're telling me that I'm right.
Despite your First Amendment right, you're not allowed to talk about this.
Yeah, First Amendment's awesome. I love it.
That's
but
great.
Unfortunately,
Except when you have to use it.
the
Awesome.
Oklahoma, yeah. I'm so sorry, sir.
Next item. Next item.
Okay, at this time, we'll take up item number 14. We'll have discussion regarding the City of Yukon Route 66 illuminated sign project, including questions related to the previously approved award to Metro Sign in the amount of $160,360 and any additional funding or project costs associated with the projects. I'll now open the discussion on the site.
Yes, I have some questions. I understand we signed off, the council signed off $160,000, and thanks to the finance officer, I got the line items that total up to $203,000, and also we had donations of $18,000. So somehow we've spent $24,500 more, and maybe more than that if the final counts ever come in. And I'm just wondering, if this thing costs $200,000, man, that's like buying a house. But $24,500 over, so that means, did the council come back and tell our staff, spend $24,000 more? Or did they have to come to you and say, we need to spend $24,000 more? I'm just trying to figure out where that $24,000, I know we've got money in the bank, but I'm just trying to figure out who makes that decision to spend $24,000 more on a sign that's out on Main Street. I just don't understand that. Anybody can answer me? No? Okay.
Councilman, I could answer. So all of the items that were over and above the specific sign allotment was cost savings that was realized in other capital projects. Those can be reallocated within the same series. So these were just cost savings that were shared from other capital projects that didn't use the full allotment within the budget to do the additional work, like some of the landscaping things.
Yeah. Well, I believe you. Okay, so I understand that we took money from another place that we saved, but shouldn't the council have been told, hey, we spent $160,000, but we now are going to spend $200,000 to get the job done? See, if I'm going to spend that kind of money, I'd like to at least know about it. And I know we have money in the bank, so I know we're going to pay our bills. But the thing is, did the council say, well, let's go to $200,000? What's going to stop them from saying $250,000 tomorrow? I mean, is there some checks and balances here? I don't see it. Okay, so I just don't understand how someone can just add another $50,000 to a project without at least coming to the council. See, I came from the military, and we can't do that stuff in the military. So if you guys can do it in civilian life, I guess I must have missed the boat.
So to clarify, when we present the budget, there's an ordinance that's presented with it as well that outlines the level of authority that the city manager and city staff have to make adjustments within the allotted budget. So in this instance, we were within the ordinance as it was presented and approved by council in the previous budget to use those allotments within the same series as long as they don't cross funds or they don't cross departments. In this situation, there was a lot of cost savings in some of the streets projects. There's a lot of those projects that were able to be done in-house cheaper than what we would have originally gone to if we'd gone to bid on the project. So some of those cost savings were realized over the course of the year, and then those leftover amounts essentially were applied. So to answer your question, it was already approved within the budget, so no extra monies were spent. It was money that was already allotted for capital projects to be completed in this fiscal year. So no extra monies were spent per se out of the capital budget. It was just reallocated as like leftovers from additional. And again, that was as approved in the budget that the city could, that we had the authority to be able to do so. There was some discussion last year. You can leave it as open, for example, to go department to department if you stay within funds. Some cities elect to do that. I believe the mayor last year, after we discussed, kind of brought it to our attention to try to keep it from being so much at city liberty, so that those items did have to come back for council. That's why we've got to number 44 on the budget amendments for this year, is because that is very, very locked down at present, and that's how it was approved on the budget.
Okay, so if this piece of paper, instead of saying 203,000, said 403,000, I'd say it's okay because we've just reallocated funds around. There's got to be some point where someone's got to come to me and say, hey, we're way out of budget on this one. But as long as we've got extra money someplace else, this could have gone to 500,000. And I would have, said, oh, great, isn't that wonderful? 500,000? I mean, there's got to be a limit on our spending here. I just don't see how you're doing it. I'm sorry, there's got to be a limit. If this said 500,000, what am I going to say to the voters? Well, we just took 300,000 from some other funds and moved them in. But we didn't agree to spend 500,000 on that sign. We agreed only to spend 160,000 to buy that sign. And now the sign looks like it's going to pass 200,000, which it did. So I'm sorry. I'm throwing this stuff up to you folks that I'm not used to it. It's at 200,000 now. Yeah.
So aren't all city council members? I mean, I get it. Again, mishaps, they keep happening. But aren't we allowed to write ordinances? Didn't you serve on the city council before, where you could have wrote an ordinance into place to prevent something like this?
4
And
years ago,
I'm just saying,
yeah, 4 years ago,
You didn't
I
then,
didn't have
we didn't now,
anybody
so maybe
doing
we
mistakes.
should.
It's the amount of mistakes that are happening at this time. We didn't have that many, because if there was, we'd have put them in jail. But apparently, we're not putting anybody in jail now, so that's okay. But I'm telling you, if someone came up to me with this piece of paper and had 500,000, do I say anything, or just says, they just moved monies around? I don't care about ordinances. I'm talking about money spent. And
Sure.
if you have that kind of money, that's great, but these folks don't.
And I agree with you on this, Rick. Believe me, I agree with you 100% on the sign. Now that I do like the sign, I do think the cost of it's a little outrageous, but no ordinance was put in place earlier. No ordinance, so maybe we should look at an ordinance that would prevent this. That's all I'm saying. But nobody did it in that term. Nobody's done it yet, so maybe we should collaborate and do something. That's what all I'm saying there.
So you guys are taking money from other coffers and reappropriating them? Streets, sewer, sanitary.
No, so to be clear, this is all funds that were used from within the same capital improvement fund. So no extra allocations other than what have been presented and approved by council were taken out. It wasn't any additional monies. It was monies that were left over from other capital project savings.
So back to what we have is we have 100 series, 200
Yeah.
series, 300 series.
Yeah.
And those, as long as they stay in the same series, can be in the same.
Yeah,
can be
I mean,
juggled around.
it's all fine and dandy, but why didn't we give citizen input on the sign design? Who? It looks like to me, this is my opinion, it's Looney Tune, right? And it's not even double sided. I mean, if you're coming from the west, you don't know what's even there. The flagpoles spacing. You're a veteran. The flagpoles aren't even spaced accordingly and appropriately. I believe there's a flag statute if I'm not.
The other night we were driving by,
Yeah.
the American flag
It was
was
just
stuck on the pole
Yeah.
of the one next to it.
Yeah. I mean, y'all need to look at the flag spacing.
Mr. Deckard, has that recently been addressed? I stopped by it last week. I think they did. They addressed it to pour a new one.
Okay.
It was done
Okay.
today,
And
the flags will be back up
Okay.
by the 4th of July.
But why didn't we do the other side? I mean, for 200,000, we could have done both sides of the sign for people traveling from El Reno, right? Why didn't?
I think it's a great idea, Mr. Bratcher. We'll bring it to the next council meeting.
But so the 200 will go to 400 then.
I was
I know.
I was barely
I know,
joking.
I know.
But the point is, this is a sign that was designed by a local Yukon artist, okay? And it is uniquely Yukon. People can have strong opinions about it. What if we could have done this? What if we could have done that? I'm all for that. I want to learn some things about what we can do differently, because I think it's great to make some places where people slow down a little bit. Earlier, a woman spoke about the need to enhance Route 66 and car shows and the uniqueness.
Right.
So what I like about the sign, whether, you know, I didn't design it. I just saw the picture of it that the local artist drew, which was beautiful. I like that it has the Czech heritage, that it has the Chisholm Trail, that it has a focus on. What am I? It's getting too late, and I'm too. But I like that it's unique to Yukon. Some of the other sign designs were like, oh, it's basically a interstate sign with a city name on it or something. So I like that it's one of a kind. And there's some other ones along the Route 66 corridor that are one of a kind as well that other cities are doing. And like the one that they just did by the Cowboy Hall of Fame, that thing's gigantic, like a boot, and it looks great. So I like that kind of unique stuff.
So and just I'm gonna close with this. Just recommendation here. Your citizens want involved in design features, things that happen. Our Ranchwood Park. You know what's going to happen down there. You know, transparency, and we want to be involved.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want. You know, you're our representative. You're our representatives, but you come to. I think it would be great if you. You know, community engagement is huge
I'd love to chat with you afterwards about Ranchwood Park in particular, especially with our citywide parks master plan.
Jordan,
Ma'am.
did I just hear them say that the money has to be allocated? That's very in many companies, so it has to be allocated within that tier. So you said it had that was in the fund that would have to do with like roads and things like that, right? Then I heard you say something about, well, if we don't use it right away, we could set it aside and not use it until later. Did you hear that? So my thought was, we have all these streets around our city. Some of them have been repaired and they're great. Lots of them have potholes and weird things and whatever. So that was a lot of money to put into something most of the citizens don't like. Why did we ever not think of taking some of these funds and setting them aside with other funds the next year and then have more money to fix our roads? It's a thought.
Ms. Andis, could you send us any pictures and locations of potholes or cracks or broken? So we have spent, how many phases are we through, City Manager Deckard, on roads, on the panel replacement project?
Well, we will continue that from here on out. I think it's.
But we've done like
six phases.
We've done 6 phases.
6 phase. I know we've done one since I've been here, so what I'm aware of.
Y'all haven't done any since Arnold's had retired.
No, it's not true. Not true, Mr. Bratcher. We have done panels since then, and as well as sidewalks. So I'd love to get, if any citizen texts or emails council members or city manager, because I don't drive every single street in the city. I ask our fire department and our police department to like also take notes of this stuff. But we want to fix all the roads, right? No excuses.
And there's actually websites you can go on and report that.
Yeah. I mean, especially Ranchwood North.
And then
you've got a school within that actual addition, right? There's no sidewalks. You going from Annwood to the main entrance.
And if you looked at the master maps with the parks and all that stuff, if you gave your 2 cents there.
We don't need an ordinance to curb overspending. We need a council that won't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Any other comments on item 14?
So I have a question. You said that it was just extra money that you didn't spend on other roads. So you kind of alluded to it. So as we keep filling up the coffer with extra money, you're just going to keep taking it out of a savings and putting it to this sign? I mean, shouldn't that been brought to, maybe Jeff brought it to the attention, because he said he's a bureaucrat. Shouldn't y'all have brought it to Jeff's attention and then said, hey, Jeff, bring it to the council so we can approve some more money so the people can hear it? I mean, I'm a business owner, you know, I feel like you should be doing that. I mean, there should have been a chain of command on any more money being spent. I mean, trust me, whether you like the sign or not, I know the sign's working. My building's right next door to it. The sign is working. We got people stopping. They're breaking their necks to see what that sign is. I get biker groups pulling up in my drive. I get bus caravans. So it's great for the community, but it ain't great if we're spending all the money we got left for the roads. or other projects
I think
without an approved.
Specifically, Mr. Spangler, what Finance Director and Assistant City Manager Brian Chris was explaining is that we have a concrete crew within the city. You're probably familiar with that. And they've been saving, they're still doing just as many roads, even more so. But they're chalking up tens of thousands of dollars of savings every week, every month, because we self-perform some work. And that's why I say, like, text us, email us, city staff.
Well, I get that part. What I'm saying is before we spent any of that other money that we had saved, it's in our savings account, basically for that, check mark of that group. We should have been going to Jeff, to city manager. He brings it to you guys saying, hey, I've got this surplus. We'd like to spend it on the sign, but I want to get it approved by you guys.
Idea. That's a great idea.
It's not a great idea. It's how it should work. That's business 101.
Yeah,
I was
merely
you're
agreeing.
in business.
I was agreeing with you, sir.
I know you were, but I'm just saying it's not a great idea. It's how it should work.
Yes.
I get to say my name because I haven't been up here tonight. Preston Spicer, 13500 West Wilshire. I just wanted to ask a point of clarification. So it sounded, and I think that's several people's questions, it sounded like you said that there's, even within the tiers or whatever you call them, there's some approval limit that could be hit where it does have to come back to the council for approval. Did I catch that right?
Yes.
What is that number?
So it's not a by number. It's a how it was approved by series. So the way that the ordinance reads, and I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but in summary, essentially, is if you're moving from one series to another series, that would have to come back before council for a budget amendment. So in this scenario, they're all capital improvement accounts within the capital improvement fund. So it was all the money that was allocated for capital improvements for the year, but it wasn't being moved out of the specific series it was already in.
Okay, so because it was in the series, it was stayed within the series and it didn't move out, only when it moves out does it come back to the council for approval. And at that point, it's a budget amendment like whatever item earlier in the earlier this evening.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Seeing no additional discussion, this meeting is adjourned.